What do you think of the new Oblivion remake?
Oh my god, it's so good. Dude, it is
Nice.
so good. The game, it's a gorgeous game. I mean, highly, highly, highly recommended. I am very surprised at its quality. I was not
Nice.
anticipating it to be as good as it is. I mean, the game just looks incredible. It really does.
Oblivion is one of my favorite
Is it really?
favorite Elder Scrolls games. Yep.
My favorite is Morrowind. Hands
Nice.
down. No questions asked. It's Morrowind. I love
yeah.
Morrowind.
Yeah, Morrowind is definitely an awesome one. I don't know, when I was a kid, I always I got the Game of the Year edition of Oblivion.
How you doing, Bobro? Hold on a sec. Let me get the chat. I always mess that up. Restream. There's so many little things that I have to remember.
Mm.
I would like to put my restream chat onto the side here, but it won't let me. It's whatever. It's fine.
Let's take a look.
Bobro says, good. How are you? I'm doing great, Bobro. It's nice to see you. I should probably do an announcement, let everybody know I'm streaming.
I see you cracked 500. Let's fucking go.
I know. I was like, heck yeah, dude.
Let's go. I love that. Heck yeah.
It is cool, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I applied for monetization, and now I just have to wait for it.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it takes a month. So I'm like, dang. I thought I was going to be able to get donations right away. Right? Because remember what was his, what did Alex Stein say? You'll never get a $100 super chat first defender. You're never going to get a super chat.
Oh my god. Oh.
So cringy.
I just wanted to hit him with an uppercut. It was bad. I was getting so pissed watching that stream.
Oh, bro, it was wild. Bobro says, dang, a month. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Accept. Gotta accept. I'm in the Durance of Hate level 2. I don't know if... I don't know. I've never been in this part of the game before, so... We're just gonna roll right through here. Ooh, a jewel. Gold.
Click this. Okay, let's have you here. And then let's open up another tab.
Oh yeah. Bobro said he sent me a picture of his dog, and it's so cute. Here, let me get it for you.
Bit of an early stream, Amanda.
It is an early stream. How you doing?
Are you trying to capitalize on the 500 subscriber thing?
No.
Have you reached 500 subscribers?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Chrome.
I remember when you had 499 subscribers.
Yeah. This is it. This is Bobro's dog. Are they cute?
Aw.
That's great.
Oh my god, adorable.
What an adorable little dog.
Very nice. Not gonna lie, do definitely prefer bigger dogs, but very adorable nonetheless.
To be honest, I think small dogs are the cutest.
They definitely are vibes. I like the small ones are cute, but that is a part of me when I was younger. I would always have this intrusive thought of punting small dogs. So I don't know.
All right, bro.
Quickest way to get cancelled. Holy.
I did say it was intrusive. Definitely said it was intrusive.
Amanda, do you endorse kicking puppies?
Oh,
Wow.
Do I endorse kicking puppies? No. Endurance of Hate, level 1. I gotta
seriously, if you want to kick something, kick an orphan. What are they gonna do?
Um,
Probably talk to the authorities.
oh my goodness, where's the
What was it?
Where is it?
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
See,
Bubba says
I've
his
had a
name
fight.
is Prince. Prince. That's great. That's a good name.
I once had a fight. I've had a fight with lots of orphans, right?
Okay.
And the issue is, they can't go tell their parents, right? Because they're dead, or they just don't, they're not alive.
Yeah.
So they go tell the foster care system, which is the police,
Okay.
which is not good.
Bro, what is this joke? Kill me.
Yeah, word. I don't know where this is going, but okay.
No, this is a true
Going in
story.
some weird directions, homie.
This is a true story, Amanda. They don't go tell the parents. They go tell the
Okay.
foster care people,
Relax.
and then they report it to the police.
So hey, what do you guys think about that judge just getting arrested for harboring a fugitive?
I think she's a go, like LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of like, that's freaking based. Like, for them to like actually go out of their way to like help these people.
Yeah.
It shows like a semblance of humanity, which is not how I'm getting killed. I'm gonna die.
All lit, very good if you're helping out. Only thing I hope is that like any person that's like, you feel me, that anyone's helping, just want to make sure that they're not criminals at the end of the day. You feel me? They're not part of no crazy shit.
I mean, the problem is
let
like,
them chill.
I guess like my concern is that like, I'm not sure about this particular person, but we are sending people to the concentration camp in El Salvador without due process, which is that is definitely against the law. Like we cannot be doing that. Like
Yeah, I think aren't they breaking like the 5th and the 8th Amendment?
yeah, I mean it flagrantly breaks the Constitution. Flagrantly. It's like not even close. So it's like I don't know why someone thinks that this is like okay. And like if the judge is acting on that basis, like I in complete agreement with her. Just total agreement. I don't know what you guys, I mean like there's a lot of people that are obviously a lot more right wing than I am. Curious as to what they think about this.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's like it's bad. Firstly, what I think is like, you're violating laws by not giving them a trial. Like you need that trial. Now, let's say they do have a trial. Let's say the judge is like, okay, you're illegal. Next. From that point forward, it's like, okay, is this a legal person affiliated with anything?
I mean, they sent
criminal?
people who are apparently members of MS-13.
Yeah.
And it's like they sent them there on the basis of tattoos. And it's like, I feel like there should probably be more checks on that than just, you know what I mean? Like,
I get it. It's a whole thing because it's like the problem is, a lot of gangs, the way they base themselves through the colors they wear, the clothing they wear, the tattoos they have, and you can find a lot of gang members just by going through a person's tattoos. Now, here's the thing. Let's say this person got those tattoos in the past, and they don't have enough money to get rid of them. You see what the problem is? So now they've been clean. They haven't committed crimes in a fucking long time, but they're still illegal and they're trying to work for it. And they get caught up, and the police are like, well, you still have the tattoos from your past, which means you're a member currently.
but like you understand that having a tattoo is not an indicator of like, hey, let's deport these people, right? We're
100%.
We're going to be in the realm that like if you tattoo an M13 on your back, like fair enough. I mean, they could be a member of MS-13. I'm not doubting that, but we don't deport people on the basis of tattoos, right? Like
Yeah,
we're
of
the
course.
United States and not, some third world country, right? That doesn't have any rules.
Exactly. We definitely shouldn't deport people just on the base premise of tattoos. Of course not.
So,
We need to do an
it's
extensive
very upsetting.
background check.
I'm personally genuinely upset about it, and I just wish that I don't know that they would figure out what to do here, because right now what's currently going on is not okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... The things that are happening right now are very, very highly illegal. But I mean, Trump doesn't give a shit.
No, of
And,
course not.
less people for him means, more money. Because that's the way he thinks.
Honestly,
Stupidness.
very upsetting. It's very upsetting to see. I'm hoping that something happens where we can correct it, or I don't know, something. I don't understand, like, why is Donald Trump not impeached right now? Like, he's blatantly breaking the Constitution. Like, why has there been no news on impeaching him or doing something? Like, we're just kind of sitting by and letting it happen.
What was the reason that we tried to impeach him last time?
Well, he's been impeached twice.
Yeah, but like the first time when he was in office, I'm trying to remember what we were going after him with.
So why is this guy being deported?
Which guy are you talking about? The
I don't know. What are you talking about? The MS-13 person? Like, what? You don't think that they have proof?
Well, so like, I don't believe that you should be able to like take people coming from one country, and on the basis of a tattoo, you can deport them with no due process. I mean, do you agree that we probably shouldn't be deporting people on the basis of ownership of a tattoo with no due process?
Well, so, I mean, I agree at that statement.
Okay.
But this is what I'm going to tell you. Being a person that lives on the border, being a person of a family that works with the FBI and ATF really closely, that they watch a lot of these people that are coming in for quite some time before they do something about them being here. And
so why is a trial just suddenly? Like, I get that they can watch them for a long time, but you need to have a trial. And it sounds like you agree with that.
I mean,
that they should have a trial.
I mean, is the person here legally or illegally?
Well,
I mean,
I don't think that matters. I think you need to have a trial.
I think it matters.
Hold on.
So that matters.
Okay, here's the thing. Whether or not they're legal or illegal, they're deserving of a trial. Right?
Not necessarily.
No? You want to go against the Constitution of the United States of America?
Sure. Is it a citizen?
What? Non-citizens, all these rights also apply to non-citizens. If the thing in question is their citizenship, then you have a trial to determine whether or not that they are a citizen or are not. They are given their due process.
Trial could last literally 10 to 15 minutes, even 5 minutes. But as long as they have a small trial, that's all that
A
matters.
trial, something. Like
So
this is like the most basic thing.
So what it sounds like is there is a person that was here that is suspected of being part of the M13, which I don't know why you would have a tattoo if you weren't.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, a tattoo, I don't think
they're probably
is
not here legally, so they deported him, and then he could come back for his trial.
Well, the reality is no, that's not how that works, right? Because like what they're doing is that they've put them into a concentration camp, right, with no due process, and they're just kind of like there, and there's really no like date as to when they're going to release them.
Background. Don't break the law.
Yeah, we don't have a background because there's no freaking trial, Liberty.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that they didn't release everything that they have on this.
But do you understand that why it's necessary to have a trial? How do you know that they are breaking the law if you haven't had a trial confirming that they broke the law?
I'm not even going to argue with this.
What do you mean? Like listen, here's the thing, right? There's like what is reasonable versus not reasonable here. Right? No, but you don't know that. Liberty, you don't know that. You don't know that. Right? There was exactly. But that's why I'm arguing a trial, Liberty. That is why I'm arguing a trial, Liberty.
Okay.
Oh my God.
If it was your family being shot and killed and threatened,
I got news for you. I got news for you, just so you're aware, right? People being shot and killed in the United States is overwhelmingly done by citizens, right? That, believe it or not, right? Like, we don't have to do the weird racist crap, and we could just actually just talk about the facts, right? And not the weird racism that you like to propose.
You're talking about MS-13. How is that racist? We're specifically talking about that. So
I'm saying that the proportion of the majority of the crimes.
Oh, it's so racist.
My God.
Oh, it's so racist.
The majority of the crimes.
Oh, it's so racist. Oh, it's so fucking racist.
I want to have a conversation, but like obviously, like you're like crashing out. Like I don't know. I'm telling you.
3 people here.
You're totally crashing out. I'm trying to explain to you very basically that you don't actually know whether or not that they are in MS-13. And it's fair to say that they have tattoos.
You know what?
Granted,
it's so easy for the media to only put part of the story. You know, they're not grabbing a person and throwing them out saying, "See you, bud, you're brown."
Liberty, you just got done saying
you should have had a Trump tattoo.
That you agree.
No one's fucking doing that.
Liberty, you just got done saying that we should have a trial for these people.
Good. Yes, we'll have a trial.
Okay, that's not what they're doing. The Trump administration is not doing that. Do you understand?
Great. So if
okay, so I'm going to ask you, is it a good thing? Let me ask you very simply. Is it stop talking. Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing? Is it a good Oh my God. Is it a good thing that Donald Trump is taking people without due process and putting them in concentration camps?
Yes.
Okay.
That's wild. That's wild. I'm clipping that. I want to let you know that. I hope you have fun with that.
So hold on. So there's a fundamental issue here. Yeah. So at the end of the day,
there's a fundamental issue here is that you don't know what the background is on this.
Correct. We don't. That's why you have a trial.
Right.
Why do you think you are so entitled to know everything about this person?
I'm for sure
and you only have a trial after you have all the evidence gathered. And these are people here that are here criminally. Yep. They get watched quite a bit, these people that you're talking about, MS-13 and so on and so forth. So I would have a hard time believing that they're just throwing random people.
I got news for you. I need you to do me a favor, and I need you to change your name, right? Change your name from Liberty to Authority. Because what you are arguing is literally the antithesis of authority, of liberty. Your entire argument has absolutely nothing to do with liberty or classical liberal values. You are defending a despot, and you are perfectly okay with jailing people with no due process. You think what Donald Trump is doing is a wonderful thing, and I think you should own that and stop calling yourself liberty. You are not in favor of liberty.
Right.
Call yourself what you are, authority.
In favor of liberty. I'm in favor
You're not in favor of liberty. You can stop right there. You're not in favor of liberty.
You are such a sniveler.
What? No, I'm just pointing out the what is like that your name is antithetical to what you actually believe.
Okay, hold on,
My
guys.
name is absolutely in reference to people
I'm
that
not
are
wrong.
members of the United States. They are citizens of the United States. This person's here illegally. He's a criminal.
You don't know that.
And needs to be treated as such. Either do you, sir. You just want to make
that's
an
why you have a
assumption
trial.
because you don't like Trump. But if
no, you have a trial. This has nothing to do with Trump versus Biden versus Democrats versus Republicans.
You're right. And so
what we have is we have a simple method of what we do to determine that somebody broke the law.
Well,
that's what we
you
do.
Don't understand what it is when someone is caught breaking the law and they're deemed dangerous, then they are incarcerated until their trial. Is that not correct? Yes, it is correct. If someone is breaking the
to
law,
El Salvador with no trial date, by the way, they're just sent to El Salvador and not heard from again. It took weeks. It took weeks for us to find that one guy who. Yeah, he was wrongly held. Right? Because, again, they're holding people without due process, without a trial, and it's horrendous. It shouldn't exist. Shouldn't be this way. Illegally. He wasn't even here illegally. Liberty?
He was. Yeah, he was.
He just got tried. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Oh, my God, I hate this.
Let's reel it back in for a second. So let's go through this real quickly because it's getting wild. Now, every single person... regardless if you legal, illegal, don't matter. When you get sentenced, like you're going in front of a judge is going to look at your case, could be less than 5 minutes, right? Looks at everything, judge looks at your paperwork, says, I bet, guilty, next, guilty, next, guilty, next. Like it does not matter. But the Constitution specifically says, even for illegals nor legals, you need a proper trial. That trial could last, like I said, 5 fucking minutes, and we push it to the next. Does not even matter. The bare bones premise is a trial is needed, a quick one, right? Just a quick one, nothing crazy. But then the second you realize, but this is the thing, we need that. That's our Constitution. We have 2 amendments, the 5th and the 8th Amendment for that. So we can't be just saying by presupposition of looking at this person without a trial and then just shipping them off. We got to give them a quick 5-minute trial and then ship them off. Okay, that's what we got to go ahead.
Easy enough. Anyway, so they're given a trial date and they are supposed to show up for their trial date. So the ones that are being deported are the ones that are not showing up for their trial date.
That's not true. That might be true for some people, but that sounds like a very, very, like, you're just kind of like arguing something, just blanket sweeping it away as if it is true for every single. No, I'm not. I'm saying that could be the case, and it is possible. Shut up! Like, what is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you?
What? You're the one that's freaking out.
I'm not freaking out at all.
Like, all I'm doing is talking to you, and you're freaking out.
I'm just laughing at fucking you.
I mean, I tried. Yeah, I mean, you saw me. I was trying here. Yep, I tried. But yeah, no, the second you get sent to Epcot in El Salvador, yeah, you're not getting no trial. You're going to die there.
Let's see here. Bobro says, how do they show up if they're deported? Yeah, I mean, well, that doesn't even matter to Liberty, right? Because to Liberty, or rather Authority, we're changing her name. It's Authority. That they don't really actually care that Donald Trump is not following due process. That's not really a factor in her calculus, right? What she thinks is that all of these people are illegal. Let's assume that they are illegal no matter what. And let's put them in a concentration camp without due process. And that is okay. That's her position. Did I get your position correctly? Oh, no. Liberty left. Lovely. Lovely.
I thought you kicked her.
No, I didn't kick her. She left.
Oh.
I'm clipping it. That was fabulous.
No, that's why I was just like, that was wild. And I was saying that because I thought you kicked. I was like, oh.
Nope. I did not kick her. Dr. Penguin says Donald Trump is a moron. Completely agree with you. Completely agree. I think he's causing a lot of harm to society. I think he's making life worse for a lot of people.
Yeah. Get your zesty ass in here, Penguin. That's right. But no, I feel like she was agreeing with me when I said the whole part about even like 5 minutes. I thought she was like on board with it. And then she went into...
I mean, she went from, yeah, I think that people should have a due process to, no, I don't think that we should have due process.
Yeah.
You know, which was very bizarre. I was just like, okay, well. Dr. Penguin says, bro, why does your channel keep coming up on my feed? I don't know.
Maybe
The
because you're
algorithm,
subscribed.
yeah, the algorithm thinks you like me. I don't know. Maybe you don't like me. I don't know.
Ooh. Gotta watch out.
It's funny.
What was it? Damn it. No, but yeah, I also, I feel like we should use a different term than racist. Because racist implies you don't like somebody by the color of their skin. I feel like they just don't like the fact that they're
you're looking
immigrants.
at people, yeah. Well,
That's a
how do they
difference.
determine that they're... How do you determine
not from this country.
that they're not from this country?
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Okay,
right?
yeah, so it's racism. Got it. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I guess.
Exactly.
Well,
That's exactly.
hold on now. Hold on now.
It doesn't take much. Like, you just think about it for a second. You're like, oh yeah, that's just racism.
Because like I guess I can see it in the way that they're like, oh, we don't give a shit about the color. We just care if you're here illegally. But then it's like, how do you know they're here illegally? What do you take? Like, what do you look for to know that they're here illegally? And then if that person says anything but their paperwork, then I can see them being racist. I feel like we could just call them immigrant phobic. I don't know.
Bruh.
Phobic. Well, the
Imagine.
correct word would be xenophobic, right? Or afraid. Amender, have you gotten the chance to play the Oblivion remake yet?
Yes, it's amazing. Play it.
It is so good. It is so
really good.
unreasonably good.
I'm sad that
That's
it
very
takes
good.
i7.
It's
I
very
wish
good.
I had i7.
But it is so good. Oh my god, that game looks so amazing. I wish my computer worked well enough to run
Oh my
it.
goodness,
I-
I'm gonna die.
Same, Quiddy. Fucking same. I wish my computer was good enough to run it. Oblivion is my favorite Elder Scrolls game.
Tom Howard, the madman, he did it again.
Todd Howard.
Todd Howard.
His name's Todd Howard, not Tom.
I forgot-
Tom Howard.
What's his name?
Todd Howard.
Tom
Todd
Howard.
Howard. Okay. Well, the madman, he did it again. He has now officially sold more versions of a video game he's already made than in new video games.
I mean, let's be fair, right? This game is really good looking.
It is.
Yeah.
It
It's
is.
really,
It is
really good looking.
And it's really funny, right? The thing that I liked about Oblivion was that it was funny.
So good.
It was great, right? Like, I remember I would walk up to a person, and he's like reading a book, that's all he does, and then I would talk to him, and he looks me in the eyes, and he goes, I hate books. And it's just funny.
It's funny.
I remember I went up to an Argonian, he's like, you want some skooma? And I'm like, what the hell is skooma?
Sick.
It's just a funny game, right? It's a funny
So
game.
good.
All right. Come
So
on.
good.
The AI is whack and funny, and the remake is also funny.
He hurts. Mephisto
So,
hurts.
but yeah, the madman, right? We're never gonna get Elder Scrolls 6, but you know what? If they keep making remakes like this, I'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the, you know what's sad? I've been waiting for the Oblivion remake for so long, and I can't, my specs are not even up to par to play it.
No, my specs aren't either. I spent all day, like a whole day, not using my computer, downloading the video game. And then I booted up the game. The first thing it said was, your computer doesn't have the specs to run it, and then immediately crashed.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna die.
I was like,
leave.
no!
Mephisto is
mad.
hitting me really hard. I'm trying to kill him.
But dude, that shit goes hard, right? That game is so funny. I'm very glad that it's a good game, right? This has officially made the year objectively better, dude.
That's true. Yeah.
I did like some of the games last year, like Helldivers. I think that one was a good one. And the Starship Troopers one. That one was cool.
I felt like Starfield was kind of empty, personally. It got really repetitive and stale to me, like really quickly.
True.
Like, I don't know. Like, I did get a good 10 hours in that game before it started feeling that way. But it's a Bethesda RPG, right? I should be able to get hundreds of hours into it before it starts being like stale and repetitive and boring.
Yeah.
God knows how many hours I put into Skyrim.
I know. I've put hundreds of hours into Skyrim.
Yeah, easily, right? Without question.
Bobro says, imagine a Skyrim remake. No, not another Skyrim remake.
Not another one. Imagine a Fallout Vegas remake, okay?
Oh my god, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
New Vegas would be amazing.
If they made a
That
Fallout
would be
Vegas
incredible. I would love
I'd
that
buy a
game.
new computer for that.
with
New
the
computer
same
time. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
as it's a
Holy crap.
oh my god, it would be amazing, right?
That would be amazing.
I guess
so good.
Bethesda really shouldn't make new games. They should just make remakes, apparently.
I mean, please come out with Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, some new games would be nice.
Some new games would be good.
Elder Scrolls 6 would be nice. But okay, here's the thing, right? Is I would rather have like a Morrowind remake with the competency of the one that they just put out than like an Elder Scrolls 6 remake with the competency of Starfield or Fallout 76. You know?
I would love to see a Fallout New Vegas online.
No, I don't want to see that. No.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
god, that would be so good.
I
So
oppose
good.
that.
Pull
No.
up, Quinny. Let me see your Sunset Sarsaparilla caps.
No, I don't want it to be online. I want
Let's see this Falcon mask.
single
That's
player
druid
experiences.
only, dude.
Okay? No
Nothing
video games
drops
that come
from
out
my
nowadays are
class.
fucking single player experiences, and I don't like that. I want to just be able to sit down and play the video game by myself. That's all I want, right?
I mean, they're
If they make it an online live service model, it's gonna be Fallout 76, and I don't want Fallout 76. Fallout 76 is bad.
I know, no, that was bad, but I feel like what they could do is they keep the original Fallout New Vegas story in the single player, and then they also have a multiplayer online mode.
They
Granted,
already have that. It's called
they're gonna
Fallout
be
76.
29.
Just make a new game. Just remake
This is
the game.
terrible.
Don't add
This is not
anything
good.
to it. Don't add anything. They didn't add
Okay,
anything.
fine. Okay, so make Fallout New Mexico. I don't know.
New Mexico.
Fallout New
That's funny.
Mexico. I'm fine with that,
That's good.
right?
That's good.
I'm fine with Fallout New York, right? I don't care, right? I don't care. If they make new Fallout games, that's fine, right? But if the Fallout New Vegas game does come out, I just want it to be a remake. I want it to be a remake to the same competency of Oblivion, which means don't add pointless features. If they did add an online mode, it should be like Baldur's Gate, where other people can join in your game. But that's it, right? That's it, right?
True. Oh.
What the fuck is that tractor doing? Okay.
I keep hearing like a mad like a bird just going ham in that mic. Just y'all. It's got chest. Like it's a big bird just like cawing into your mic.
I'm just outside. Those are wild birds.
There's definitely one that I
Speaking
hear
which,
outside of all of them.
Is my sound too loud for Diablo? I didn't even look at that. No,
Oh,
it should be fine. No, it should be fine.
We definitely need a new Left 4 Dead. That is what we get.
I don't think that's true. I want
Fucking love Left 4 Dead.
Morrowind. I want Fallout New
Oh
Vegas.
my goodness, Morrowind would be incredible. But the
And,
problem with
if they remake
Morrowind
the
is
first
that
two
if
Fallouts
you
too,
mess with the mechanics too much, it's not Morrowind anymore. It's
yeah, no, I
something
get
else.
that, right?
Like I
But
need
they
need
proved that they
Morrowind to
wasn't really
maintain its Morrowindness. You know.
Yeah, it has to keep the jank, right?
Yeah, you
Like,
gotta
that's-
have
it
the
has to-
like you can't like if you modernize Morrowind, it's just not gonna. It
But
ain't
like,
gonna
okay,
work.
but I would want
Oblivion, you can modernize that, and you're not going to have a problem.
The same thing that they did with Oblivion. Well, so with Morrowind, what I do is remove all the game crashing bugs. Just take those out, modernize the graphics, keep the dank, and like spruce up the combat a little bit.
So like that's the thing, right? What are you going to do to spruce up the combat? How are you going to do that? Like, because when you understand like the combat, okay, let me pull this up. I'll show you what I'm. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Part of my issue with Morrowind is that when I hit people.
Let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull up what I'm talking about, so you can like see that like this is a genuine concern. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna walk you through some stuff regarding Morrowind, and you're gonna realize, fuck, I don't know if we can actually modernize this. Okay. We're gonna talk about chance to hit. Do you know what? That was the main thing that people had with Morrowind was the problem of the chance to hit.
Right? I hate it. Take it out.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Chance to hit. Okay, combat in Morrowind is relatively straightforward. Your chance to hit can be generalized as attacker's hit rate minus the defender's evasion percentage. So the hit rate is determined by your weapon skill plus agility divided by 5 plus your luck divided by 10 multiplied by 0.75 plus 0.5 multiplied by your current fatigue over your maximum fatigue plus a fortify attack magnitude plus a blind magnitude. Okay.
So I think the idea of having a first person or even third person action game where I physically walk up to the enemy and then slap them in the face and I still miss is like repugnant.
Okay, but that's kind of the problem, right? This game is a very heavy RPG, right? And when it is telling you it is an RPG, it really is an RPG through and through. The way that that you should be thinking about Morrowind when you're playing it is not like Oblivion or Skyrim, where when you walk up to somebody and you hit them, right? It will always hit no matter what. In Morrowind, it's what are your stats, and when you initiate any kind of combat, right, it basically is a dice roll. There's a level of a dice roll that happens for every single hit. Now, you could up your skills to increase your possibility of hitting them. But this is what I mean, right? It is a very heavy RPG mechanic, and if you remove something like this, it is no longer Morrowind. It is a completely different game.
So here's my thing, right? Is that when Bethesda was trying to move from the top-down perspectives.
What happened?
I don't know. His mic does cut in and out sometimes.
So when Bethesda was trying to move from the top-down perspectives of Fallout 1 and 2 and Elder Scrolls 1 and 2 into the 3D modeling space, when they did it with Morrowind, they kept this like hit to chance percentage. The issue is that these like action adventures from first or third person feel more akin.
This is the problem. It's not an action adventure.
No, but
it is an RPG.
Because it is a first-person
RPG.
Wait, it can be
exactly
both an RPG and action adventure. It can be both, right? Like The Witcher is both, right?
It's grabbing like combinations. I'm just saying, if you remove this, it's no longer Morrowind. It's its own. It's a completely different game.
Let me explain, right? So when. Right. The issue is that like why is it that games like Lorien Studios games with Divinity Origin Sin and Baldur's Gate 3 can keep this feature and games like Skyrim don't? Well, it's because when you are physically the character and you walk up to the person, you slap them in the face, it is incredibly frustrating to miss. And I don't think it makes the game better. I don't think that it is fundamental to the game either.
Well, I mean, you're talking about saying, hey, this stat thing, I don't like this stat thing. I'm going to remove the stat thing.
I'm saying change how the stat thing affects combat.
Okay, then there needs to be hit chance. There just needs to be hit chance. Because that's Morrowind. Morrowind is that.
Has hit chance, then the game should have been a top-down perspective.
First of all, make not a silly build. Like, pick your weapon that you're going to be using at the beginning of the game, and stick with it. Stick with that.
So, these first or third person perspective games feel more akin to a LARP than they do to playing D&D, right? And the reason is because you're seeing from the literal perspective of the character, right? You are that character, right?
Yeah.
And so, rather than like role playing as the character. And so in a LARP, if you walked up to someone and hit them, and then there was a random percentile chance that you missed, it wouldn't make any sense.
Well, it does make sense in the context of Morrowind.
No, but it doesn't, right?
Because it does.
It's just a
I'm telling you, it makes perfect sense. Like, I'm just like, okay, it's
just a bad game.
Less
fun to play.
We just disagree.
Is that not G-Lion? Is that not G-Lion?
What?
I think, in my opinion, it makes the game less fun to play. It was one of the major reasons why I just stopped playing the game, because I really didn't like it when I would walk up to a person and hit them and then miss.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. A Babby's first RPG. I mean, this game is not for you. This is for big boys. It's just not. I don't know what to tell you. I'm serious. I'm being entirely serious. It's just.
You know what? You're right. I'll go back to my Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines and Fallout 1 and the original Baldur's Gate, and all the really, really successful RPGs.
Morrowind is also successful. What do you mean?
Formula. Right. So, okay. So,
like, what?
Outside of
Morrowind is like a cult classic to so many people. There's so many people that love Morrowind.
Do you think of any game other than Morrowind that is like a first person or
that is like a first person what?
To hit chance percentile? Other than Morrowind, can you think of any first or third person game that keeps
Dragon Age Origins?
Daggerfall.
I love how we got both like two different games.
Oh wait, right?
I already said it. I said Daggerfall. We just said it, Daggerfall.
And I said Dragon Age Origins.
They're lagging out.
Wait, wait. So Dragon Age Origins is a top-down perspective game. That's number one, right?
I said Daggerfall.
Right?
I said Daggerfall.
Daggerfall is like also like just as ancient as Morrowind, right? So this is not an example.
Morrowind.
It's older than Morrowind? Okay, so clearly...
Yeah, do you even know what Daggerfall is?
So, Daggerfall's number 2, right? So clearly, right, Daggerfall was also a top-down perspective game, to my knowledge.
No, it's not.
It's not? Okay,
no.
Well, that's fine, right? The issue here is that games did not follow the Morrowind combat system, right?
Well, but, like, that's the thing, man. Like, when it comes to Morrowind, right, it is... inherently like effectively a Dungeons and Dragons mechanic, right? Is the way that they have approached it. Like when you are swinging, you are initiating a roll to swing, and whether or not you hit is one of the first things that happen, right? And so, but if you have a proficient skill, then this is not a problem. But if you are not proficient in it, then it is a problem. It is an RPG. Through and through, and I think if you remove that mechanic and you modernize it, then it is no longer Morrowind. It's something entirely different. It's gonna. I mean, to be fair, to give you some credit, Quinny, it would likely be more accessible, and people would probably like it more. But I consider Morrowind to be like effectively a very, 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 very good game. It's not perfect, but it's like literally in my top 5 of like best games of all time, right? And then
Okay,
like,
it
and I
is a
think
good game.
if you're gonna justify messing with
God.
any of the mechanics, right, there needs to be a really, really good reason why.
Yeah.
Because like
Okay,
by
so-
removing a mechanic, then it no longer is like the spirit of the game.
Okay, let's think about something else. So, as a comparative example, why is the jank from Oblivion necessary
Why is the jank in Oblivion necessary?
to keep? Yeah,
Like what? Like, are you like enchanting?
like the NPC interactions. The main form of jank in Oblivion is how the NPCs interact with each other
Yeah.
and with the player.
Yeah.
Why was that necessary to keep?
It's cool to see them talk to one another, and honestly, it would be a
It's
pain in
cool
the
to
ass to
talk to
fucking
each other.
program that differently.
The main reason why the jank was necessary to keep is because the way that the NPCs interacted was comedic and added to the game, right? There is no way, effectively, or at least no other model or AI that has been presented that has the same charm of the comedic jank, right? Now, so we could see that the jank is necessary to keep in Oblivion because it adds to the game and enhances the player experience. Now, does this feature in Morrowind enhance the game and add to the player experience? I would say no. Because it makes it more frustrating for the player and adds a percentage chance where it could have instead been a
I got a
skill-based.
cinematic. I'm gonna watch the cinematic. Sorry. Let's see here. Hold on.
As you told me, Tyrael, I found the temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Talrasha, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto. I heard a voice that, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal gate has been prepared. The time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew.
Oh my.
Wrapped in the guise of man, shall he walk amongst the innocent.
This is cool.
Terror shall
This
consume
is really cool.
that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall
metal.
fall the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready.
Thankfully, we managed to kill Mephisto.
Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form.
Oh, is he Satan? Is he Lucifer? I don't know. I haven't beaten this game.
Arise, Diablo,
Hey, Diablo. There we go.
Lord of Terror.
Whoa.
You are the harbinger of our return, Diablo. Send forth your terror into hell.
Yay. Dramatic orchestral music. That was pretty sick. Did we just like enter into hell then if we just like walk through that portal? Are we in hell? Entering the Pandemonium Fortress. Sick! Act 4. Alright. Let me turn down the game. Alright, I'm sorry about that. I'm back. Sorry about
Yeah, so I think I can like better articulate part of my issue, right? This system only ever works against the player. It doesn't ever work for them.
What? No, of course it does. Are you kidding?
Okay, so if I miss, is there a random percentile chance to hit?
No, you just miss.
Oh, okay. So even when my character visually hits them because of the skill I had, there's a random percentile chance to miss.
There's not
But
a
if
visual of hitting.
What do you mean?
It's a roll. You initiate an action, which initiates a roll, and then it gives you that on the basis of a series of skills that determine whether or not you hit.
Yeah, but this isn't turn-based combat. I literally walk up to them and press the RT button on my Xbox.
But that's kind of what's fun. That's what's cool about Morrowind. It isn't using that turn-based combat, yet it is using these mechanics, which are, honestly, let's be honest, it's very complex. The mechanics.
Complex, but that doesn't mean it's good, right? So like
I think it's great. I
can't remember. So if I press the RT button, is there just like a random percentile chance my character doesn't swing? Or is it
your character does an animative swing, like they swing.
Okay, so my character does do the animative swing. The swing like interacts with the hitbox of the enemy character. Then it rolls the random percentile chance.
Yes.
And then it has a random percentile chance to miss, despite the fact that I used my skill to hit the character's hitbox.
Yes.
Okay, great. So my issue is that this can only ever be negative for the player.
No.
Right? So because
it'll guarantee hits. Like when you have a good and proficiency in your skills, it guarantees hits.
Like sure, right? But like my thing is that like okay. So one potential way to keep this random percentile chance without it being exclusively negative for the player is like if every NPC had like a conservative and then a generous hitbox, right? And the conservative hitbox was literally just their character, and then the generous hitbox was a little bit beyond where the character's like visual body ended. And so if you interacted with the conservative hitbox, you would get a random percentile chance to miss. And if you interacted with the generous hitbox, you would get a random percentile chance to hit, even though you visually didn't hit the character. This makes it less frustrating for the player, because sometimes they use their skill and they miss, but they still get the hit.
I mean, I get that
sometimes they use their skill and they hit.
It might make it less frustrating to a player, but when... Like, I just think if you remove that kind of mechanic... It's just no longer Morrowind. What you're looking for isn't Morrowind. You're looking for Skyrim. You want to take Morrowind and turn it more similar to Skyrim, but
wait, Amanda, what did I just say to you?
Huh?
But hold on, Quinny. I have an actual
problem. What was like the proposed
with...
solution that I gave you?
Hold on, I have a problem. I have a problem with your entire thing with the two boxes.
The change that I suggested, right? So what was the change that I suggested?
I don't know, Quinny. I don't know what you're suggesting.
Okay, great. So you didn't listen to me. So maybe listen to me and then respond.
Okay.
So one potential way of addressing this problem whilst keeping the random to hit percentile chance is that every NPC is given a conservative and a generous hitbox. The conservative hitbox ends where the character visually ends. So it's where the player thinks the character ends. And then the generous hitbox extends a little bit past the visual ending of the character.
Why?
And if the player hits the conservative hitbox, then they get the random percentile chance to miss. But if they hit the generous hitbox,
you're just asking for a different game. Like it's just a different mechanic.
So, I swear to God, Amender, why don't you let me finish? Right?
Yeah, I mean, you want to change Morrowind into something it's not.
The reason why this would be better is because it means this random percentile chance can be preserved within the game, but is not exclusively negative for the player.
It's not exclusively negative for the player. Like, again, I've already told you how it is not exclusively negative. It guarantees hits. Like, if you know what you're doing, it guarantees hits.
Okay, so what percentage of the time does this format help the player beyond what they could get in a regular first-person action adventure?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, is like, you're asking for an action adventure when the reality is you're talking about one of the most like RPG-esque games ever. It's like that RPG thing, forget that. We don't want that. We want Doom. We want Doom Eternal. Like, all right, go play Doom Eternal.
That's not,
right? It ain't
like,
Morrowind ain't for you, bro.
You know what, Amanda? I actually do despise nuance, actually. You know what? I agree with you. Every piece of nuance is like actually evil and morally repugnant, and we can't allow that to be in our conversation.
What are you talking
Okay, hold on, Quinny. I have an issue with the actual hitbox idea that you even presented. What happens when you max out your character's perception? Now, retroactively, every single time you hit, you're just going to kill somebody. There's no missing involved. You're just going to be
I made no comment about perception.
I want no change. I would, like, if they ever do a Morrowind remake, I would not want to see any significant changes to the combat or combat system.
I hope
Morrowind itself,
because you're opposed to nuance. Yeah, I hope they never do it because you're morally opposed to nuance. Yeah, that's why.
I don't know what you're doing.
Well, no, because I was suggesting, okay, how about we alter it while keeping this thing so that way it doesn't exclusively work against the player, and then you're like, no,
it doesn't work against the player.
It literally does. Okay, wait. So in what ways does this? I'm sorry. Okay, so in what?
I mean,
ways
it can work against the player in the sense that they don't hit, but that's kind of the point. Yeah, like you need to have stats to, like, you know, have a beneficial outcome, because that's how RPG mechanics work.
No, I get it, right? But this game is in...
Also, FYI, just so you're aware, in Morrowind, like, you basically become a god. Like, you are a monstrosity, like, among mortals. Like, it is ridiculous how strong you become in Morrowind.
But so, my thing is, like, okay, so... the reason why I say this exclusively works against the player is while the player can change their stats so that way it isn't negative for the player, there is zero way for the player to change their stats in a way that it actively advantages, that this system advantages the player, right? If the system were removed entirely, the player would just get a universal buff, right? That's the issue, right? And so having this system in the game only weakens the player. It does not make the player more powerful or competent, and it weakens the player in a way that is frustrating.
I get that it's frustrating. That don't play Morrowind. I don't know what to tell you. Don't play Morrowind.
In Pokemon, for example, a lot of moves have a random percentile chance to miss, right? But because I am not literally aiming the Pokemon move, that's not true. Right? That it becomes acceptable in Baldur's Gate 3 or Divinity Origin Sin 2 or Dragon Age Origins, these top-down perspective games. It's fine in those formats.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I remember what it was like when you quit Morrowind, and I remember what happened. And it wasn't the hit mechanics. It was not that. For sure, it was not that.
Well, the fact that I was missing like every third of a time when I tried to hit someone.
No, you barely did any combat, Quiddy. I watched you.
I did do combat. Okay. It was incredibly frustrating.
If I am not mistaken, I recall that you managed to get yourself in a lot of debt, and you were trying to, like, pull yourself out. Because, like, I don't remember. It was like thousands of gold worth of, like, debt that you managed to get yourself in, and you found that daunting, and you just, like, quit because you're like that's too much. That's hard, and that was it.
Right, but yeah, because I was doing stuff to get myself out of debt, but the things that I was doing would put me into more debt, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm in loan shark, right? And then I quit because I went somewhere. I went to, like, this cave. To fight people, and I'm like, I'm not enjoying the experience. but like I part of the reason, right, I was not enjoying the game is because I did not enjoy the combat, right? That is part of the reason, right? I did not enjoy the combat.
You just have to accept that the combat is
I just
different.
have to accept that the combat is bad.
No, it's not bad. It's just different.
Bad,
it's
right?
just different. I don't think it's bad. Do a lot of people dislike the combat? Sure, right. But here's the thing, man. Like, I just think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of exactly how combat is intended in Morrowind.
I understand how the combat.
Like, it is an RPG mechanic. It runs very heavy in the RPG mechanics, and so it results in jank.
I get it. Right?
That is not that people don't anticipate. But once you understand that combat works and the concept of dice rolls, and that it's effectively like you swinging is a dice roll, all of a sudden it kind of falls into place. It's like, okay, all right, I get that the mechanic is different.
It exists, right? I understand why does this mechanic exist. I then take one step further and say,
it's cool.
Is this mechanic good for the game?
Yeah, it is.
And I don't think it is.
I think it is.
This mechanic is frustrating and aggravating.
We just agree to disagree. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I believe that.
Commander, have you ever played in a LARP before? Have you ever played in a LARP before?
A LARP? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How would you feel
when I was
if
like
in
a
LARP,
kid,
every time you walked up to a person and hit them, that you had to then roll a die to see if you actually landed the hit?
Wait, we've actually done that before.
Wait,
we've actually done that before.
I would quit that game because it would sound.
No, we had fun. It was fun.
It doesn't have anything to do with the combat mechanic.
But then again, like I don't know, like Morrowind back then was like new to us, and we liked it because it was like, wow, it's like a really realistic and detailed world that is like, you know, unlike all of these other games, and we thought it was really cool. Yeah.
No, I get that, right? So yeah, I get that, but I think I would be frustrated if that happened at a LARP that I was at, because like I'm okay with the random to miss percentile chance, right? I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with it in first person or third person games, right? If it was in Baldur's Gate, which it is, then that's fine. If it's in Pokemon's, which it is, then that's fine, right? Because in those games, I do not visually see myself walking up to the character and then using my own personal skill to hit them. But when I am using my own personal skill to hit the enemy,
I get what you're saying.
God, you guys are still talking about this.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Penguin, that I enjoy talking about video.
You know what? You know what, Quinny? No, Quinny. Here, I'll make it simple.
Penguin.
I'm gonna go for a run. If you guys are still talking about this by the time I get back, I'm gonna be disappointed.
No, Penguin, you could change topic if you want.
I don't care, right? Like, I'm sorry that I enjoy
when I
talking
get back,
about video
you better change.
You
better change, Quinny. I'm gonna be thinking about this the whole time I'm running. I'm gonna use that as motivation. If you haven't changed for running,
I like talking about video game mechanics. What's wrong about that?
No. I understand. It's just it feels like it's a lot of the back and forth, circular nonsense.
Yeah. It isn't really going anywhere. I don't care though. I like talking to a mender.
Whoa. Hey, yo.
Anyways, I am gonna go to I want to go to a Vampire the Masquerade LARP, but there aren't any ones in Kansas City, and so I'm kind of boned. So the closest one is in Chicago, and I'm not driving out to Chicago for a LARP. That is just basically never going to happen.
True.
Did you guys know that there was a giant sea where the Midwest was at one point?
Yes.
It'd be nice if that was still there.
You were still there?
No, if it was still there, the ocean, the sea, I forgot the name of the sea, right? That cut through the Midwest.
If it was still here, I would not live here because there would be an ocean over my home.
Ooh, what do we got here?
Still be a pretty banging sea, though. Not gonna lie.
It was a very large sea, yeah. Because, like, actually, fun fact, the Appalachian Mountains are part of the same mountain range as the Scottish Highlands. That's how old they are.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
Yeah.
There's 2 sockets in this thing. Amazing. happens. Anything good here? I don't see anything good.
But for real, your hitbox idea is not going to work.
Why not? Why not? Like you added this.
I'm telling you, because the problem comes into play is that
idea is not going to work.
Well, maybe you listen to the idea, so I don't want to hear it from you.
When you max out your perception, retroactively, what's going to happen is, hold on, let me go through this.
That like increasing your perception stat would increase the size of the second hitbox. I never said that. That's all you
No. Hold on. Your perception stat increases your chance to hit. So retroactively, what ends up happening is if you are maxed out, let's say you have a 99% chance to hit, you now have 2 hitboxes. That perception check goes into 2 hitboxes. That's 198% chance to hit. Retroactively, you could be blindfolded, shoot an arrow in a random direction, and if an NPC's there, it's going to hit.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the problem. You're never going to miss.
So one, right? You would only be able to trigger 1 hitbox at a time. And 2, I would just be like, yeah, if you have like a really high stat level and because like at that point what we're talking about is a jank that makes the game more fun for the player versus a jank that makes the game less fun for the player. And I am okay with jank that makes the game more fun for the player.
Yeah, but then at that point, it just means that like, wait, so what do you mean by 1 hitbox? Because in your original statement, you needed 2 hitboxes to activate at the same time, the generous one and the conservative one. I
never said 2 hitboxes that activate at the same time. I would say each NPC has 2 hitboxes if you hit the conservative. And then like, I didn't really explain like what happens if you hit the conservative one, because presumably it would be inside of the generous one. But if you hit the conservative one, like it would wait to do the generous hitbox for a very short amount of time, and then if it did not detect that you hit the conservative hitbox within that very short amount of time, then it would apply the random percentile chance to the generous hitbox. But if you swing through the generous hitbox and then hit the conservative hitbox, then that's a different story, right? Then it doesn't apply the generous one, it only applies the conservative one.
Yeah, but both hitboxes, if the perception check is max, would be at 98%, and you can enchant your shit to possibly even be 100%. So you're never going to miss retroactively.
Yeah, right, but that's already true in the game, right? And now we're talking about a jank that like makes the game better rather than a jank that makes the game less frustrating.
But then retroactively, what you're doing is taking away any form of difficulty from the game. You're basically saying you can kill anyone that you touch. Well, you can hit anyone that you touch.
So if you're leveling,
there's a chance.
If you can level one of your stats to the absolute maximum, yes, the game should be easier. That's what leveling up your character does.
Sure, but not to the extent where, I mean, like, again, if you're just, like, at a point where you max the entire game and you're just doing a god run, I guess, and Amender did say you can be, like, a god at the end of Morrowind?
Yeah.
I mean, I see it.
I mean, you are a god at the end of Morrowind.
Here's
crazy powerful.
If you have
you're a monstrosity.
The maximum amount to hit chance possible, then it should be really easy to hit the enemy. Right? If that's what you build your character for, right? Because I don't like games. So in Skyrim, right? Or in Fallout 3, right? The progression system I think is kind of bad. Because you don't get stronger. The world gets stronger and you get like a point to respond to it. And so you don't really feel that much stronger by the end of it, right? Or you become a god too quickly. Whereas in like with the case of Oblivion, assuming that the game doesn't scale up laterally with you, what's happening here is you're just becoming a more competent character. That's all. Your character is getting stronger. And as you level up, if you put your points into a to hit chance, yeah, your ability to hit should be pretty high. If you've maxed it out and had enchantments to make it even better, yes, you should be able, if you have the highest percentage chance to hit that is achievable in the game, you should be able to spin around 18 times blindfolded and still hit your enemy.
Okay,
that's fun.
I now think I have a solution for this. So for the regular game mode, like Amender likes, keep that at normal difficulty. For your suggested game mode, we put it at easy. Simple.
What?
It makes sense. It makes everyone happy, and then we're good to go. It would work.
Sense.
How so? You have 2 hitboxes for
Honestly,
people.
I wouldn't be against like, hey, this one is modern mechanic. Do you want to play modern mechanic or do you want Morrowind?
Yeah.
I feel like I want Morrowind, bro. Give me
Because it's like with the regular
nice
one, you can have
graphics.
1 hitbox. With the normal difficulty, you have 1 hitbox. With easy difficulty, you have 2. That's really it.
I'm sorry. Okay, here's another way of putting it. We can have the fun game mode or the unfun game mode. There you go.
I'd rather just play extreme. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, so I'm fine with games being more difficult, right? I don't enjoy when games are more punishing. I want the game to make me think more, not get more angry.
The game does make you think.
Wait, okay, so in like, so
Morrowind, bro.
in Skyrim and Oblivion, I don't know as much about Morrowind. When
You don't think at all in those games.
Because it doesn't.
You literally follow a freaking arrow.
I get it, right? I'm aware. Those games, it does not become more punishing. Like a really good example of a game becoming more difficult without becoming more punishing is Baldur's Gate 3. As you go up to any mode other than honor mode, which I would never recommend playing on, when you go to tactician mode, then the game does become a lot more difficult, right? Character interactions become harder to navigate. Your dice roll DCs become higher. Spells, like enemies use more creative strategies and spells in order to counter you. And they tend to have better like combat design around them to make the encounters more challenging. That's fine. An example of a game becoming more punishing in a way that's not fun is honor mode. Because if you die, your game gets deleted. And that is unfun, right? Because that does not enhance my fun. That just makes me play really cautiously, slowly, and defensively, which I think is more boring, actually.
I super disagree. I feel like that's super fun. Like, if there's, like I said, this is pure difficulty. Like, if you have a hardcore hell mode where your entire game is just going to get deleted, like, after 1, play that when you want to play that. If it's on a hardcore hell mode, sure. If you just want to enjoy the base game, enjoy it at normal or hard, that's fine. But if you want, like, a hardcore challenge, have another mode for people who want to be more cautious.
At what point did I say, like, no hardcore challenges allowed? I didn't, right? I said I tend to prefer games when they become more challenging, not more punishing. Because I don't like...
What do you think challenging means?
Wait, no, they're not the same thing, Ben, right? Because, like,
fail to
Elden
see how that works.
Is an extremely challenging game, right? But it's not very punishing. Because, like, you lose the boss fight, sure. And you lose whatever runes you collected since you last died. But you just go back to your spawn point, and that's, like, you go back to, like, a room right outside of the boss fight, and it's kind of whatever. And then you just do it again. And you keep doing it until you can learn how to beat the hard boss. But if it was more punishing, we could imagine if you died, your game save gets deleted. That is a very high amount of punishment that would make the game very unfun.
Games have that feature. It's a fun feature, but it solely depends on...
Some people like that feature.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad feature. I'm saying, in my personal opinion, I want things to become more challenging.
Don't make changes to a game that it's like basically what you're arguing is let's make a game not Morrowind anymore. Let's make Morrowind not Morrowind. It's its own thing, and I don't want that.
Is
right? Like if they ever remaster Morrowind, keep the jank of Morrowind.
Wait, so there's some jank that is good for the game, and then there is some jank that is bad for the game.
I mean, you think it's bad jank. I don't think it's bad jank. I think it's good jank.
So, Amender, right? If we just did like a visual upgrade of Morrowind, what does that really provide for anybody?
Man, Morrowind looks sick.
Yeah, but that doesn't really...
I don't know what you want from me. Like,
it doesn't.
I would go, man, like, Morrowind looks pretty cool.
Like, okay, you've put how many hours into Morrowind?
A lot.
Yeah, but how many? Like, if you had
I
to
don't
put a
know,
guess.
like 600.
Okay, 600. If all they did was just update the graphics, would you put another 600 hours into it?
Fuck yeah.
I doubt that. And I think most people
Why
would.
not?
Amender's putting in 800 hours in. It's going to be his 9
Because
That's true.
What did it-
most
800
people,
hours.
right? People put a lot of hours into Bethesda games because they want to see everything that's in the game. And that's not that much limited by graphical. Like, having a graphical upgrade makes that, like, a little bit more enjoyable. But if you've already seen everything Morrowind has to offer, just updating the graphics doesn't really give you a brand new experience. But it doesn't make the game any more fun to play. It's not offering a new experience. It's not adding anything or doing anything new. It's just lipstick on a pig.
Pretty good looking pig.
Yeah, bro.
It might be a good-looking pig.
I got news for you, man. Don't
Hey,
refer to
it's still the
Morrowind as like just some gross pig. No, man. It's like one of the best RPGs of all time. Like, that's what you're fighting. Yeah, no, it is that. That's like,
I don't know about that.
oh my god.
Quinny, have you ever played RuneScape?
Yeah.
Just curious. And what do you think? What did you think about the wilderness and the PvP in RuneScape?
I don't engage with PvP in RuneScape.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, have you ever like did the Al like when you went to Al Qaid, like the desert place, north, south, east of
RuneScape is like a game that I idle on. I basically just did farming and mining to collect resources, and then I would sell those resources.
Oh.
It's the same thing that I do on Skyblock Minecraft, but I have more fun on Skyblock Minecraft. So
A gigantic portion of the fun is the PvP, the events, the mini games, a lot of shit.
maybe
Even
for
if
you,
you're free to
right?
play.
I just like in general don't like PvP. I'm not bad. I'm just saying like I don't like it. I enjoy PvP in Pokemon. I like PvP.
But if you don't like PvP, then I feel like what you're saying about Morrowind could come off as a little bit biased. I don't know. That's just me. Actually, I
enjoy PvE interactions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about how the PvE interactions in this video game might be better. How does my dislike of PvP bias my input onto how I think a PvE interaction could be better?
So you still vibe with PvE, like you're fine with doing PvE, right?
I enjoy PvE. I just don't play RuneScape for the PvE. I play RuneScape for an idle simulator.
Okay. Never mind then.
It's the exact same thing I do with Skyblock. In fact, I am idling on Skyblock right now by farming cocoa beans, and I need to get 100,000 of them, and I only have 25,000.
Jesus Christ! You ever locked? Go ahead.
Do you like Bethesda games, like in general? Do you think they're good?
Pardon, which
You're
games?
very quiet.
Hold on, let me gain my mic up.
Okay, well, let me turn his volume back down then.
All right, is that better?
Much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I said is, do you genuinely like Bethesda games, Quinny?
Yeah. Some of them, yeah.
Okay, because I don't. I am a certified hater.
I enjoy Fallout New Vegas. I enjoyed Oblivion. I like the Oblivion remaster. I did enjoy Skyrim when I was young, but Skyrim is nowhere near as good as when it first came out.
I think Bethesda desperately needs a new engine, but I appreciate Skyrim and the exploration and stuff like that, but I think the combat kind of brings it down somewhat.
I agree.
But I think it's one of those things where I can play it one time or I can play it a couple of times. I'm like, okay, I've gotten my fill. Fallout 4, I think is kind of showing its age in the engine, and it's kind of brings it down because of that.
My thing about Bethesda games is I play RPGs for the roleplay. I play RPGs for the good stories. And Bethesda games are not known for having the best.
Morrowind has the best story ever.
It
has it's arguably better than any of the other Elder Scrolls games. It's not even close.
It might, right? But I don't like its combat.
Disagree.
Right? Because my thing, it is a first person game where I run around and hit people, and its combat is terrible. So I'm not going to play it, right? Now, I would be fine with the combat mechanics if it wasn't a first-person game. If it was a top-down game like Divinity Origin Sin or Dragon Age or Baldur's Gate or I don't know, Elder Scrolls 1.
Elder Scrolls 1 was also first person.
Was it?
Yes.
I'm gonna go eat shit really quickly. Sorry, like Baldur's Gate or Fallout or the games that created the RPG formula, right? Format. If it was like those games, then I would enjoy it.
Okay,
but
let me just. I'm just gonna point out some things. Okay, like, the game of Morrowind is you basically fulfill a prophecy, and you have to undergo a series of trials to basically fulfill the prophecy of like the savior of Morrowind to like the to like a specific tribe of people. It is like wild, like the writing that has been done, like that to like create this like insane story. Like it refers to the 7 trials of the Nerevarine of like that of what he put his hand to, that shall be done. What is left undone, that shall be done.
I get that it's a good thing, but I don't like the action adventure and the action adventure RPG. So
it's not an action adventure RPG.
It is.
It is an RPG.
Action where you adventure.
No,
it is
you're wrong.
An RPG, but it is an action adventure.
You're wrong. Skyrim is an action RPG, right? So is
so is
Oblivion. Morrowind is not that. Morrowind is just an RPG.
Is Morrowind?
I don't know about that.
An action adventure RPG. Yeah. Morrowind, Elder Scrolls themed Morrowind, is considered a role-playing game first, but it definitely has action adventure elements too. At its core, it's a deep open-world RPG with tons of character building, customization, stats, dialogue, and world building. Because combat happens in real time instead of being turn-based like older RPGs, and you explore a massive open world full of quests and dungeons, it picks up some action-adventure vibes too. Short answer, mainly RPG, but with strong action-adventure mechanics. I do not enjoy the action-adventure mechanics in the RPG game built around some action-adventure mechanics. So I don't like the game.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, Morrowind's not for you, man.
Yeah, that's fine, right?
There you go. That's it. We figured it out.
Bethesda games have never been known for their like great, intricate, deep worlds.
Oh my god!
Morrowind apparently is like
kill me, dude. Morrowind is one of the deepest, most intricate worlds ever.
Shut up, man! Right?
We almost had it.
This is driving me nuts, dude.
You know what, Amender? Actually, I take everything back. Just ignore Fallout 3, 4.
I'm telling you, Morrowind beats these by a long shot. It's not even close, dude.
Ignore every game Bethesda has made in the last 30 years. Morrowind clearly is the only Bethesda game and completely rewrites the entire legacy of the studio.
Well, yeah, I disagree with that entirely. I personally think Fallout New Vegas did that, in my opinion.
Also a really good game, but while Fallout New Vegas is owned by Bethesda, it was made by Obsidian.
It was made by Obsidian and whatnot. So it's like it's loose.
It is known for having really good deep worlds and RPGs, right? They are known for it. We could look at TM Bloodlines, who was made by many of the same people out of Obsidian. We could look at the Outer Worlds, which I don't personally like, but he's like very well known for having a good RPG. Yeah. We could look at some of the best RPGs made in history, like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is well accredited for being one of the best RPGs ever. And it was made by the same people who made Fallout New Vegas, right? Fallout New Vegas and Obsidian. Obsidian just makes really good RPGs. Bethesda, in general, doesn't. Now, maybe Morrowind is the exception to the rule here, but in general, it doesn't, right? And if it is going to be a role-playing game first, I'm going to favor towards Lorien Studios or Obsidian.
Kill me.
Yeah, I'd go with
kids.
Obsidian.
These little babies. They're like little babies. They're like little kids.
Hey, wait a minute, Amender.
They're
I'd
so
say
cute.
I'd say that Fallout New Vegas is a little bit better than Morrowind. I'm gonna say that.
In terms of story, no, it's not even close.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Have you beat
I
Morrowind?
played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline.
No. Have you
Okay,
beat?
first-
Stop. Have you beat Morrowind?
Not
I'm
in
sorry,
a long
I'm sorry.
ass time.
I beat.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
just so you know, right? I beat both multiple times, right? I love New Vegas. I love Morrowind. The writing in
Guys, the story
Morrowind
really
is
starts getting
insane.
100 hours into the video game. Come on, you need to play the game for 600 hours, then it'll start getting good.
No, I'm saying you need to know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But the reason I go with New Vegas is because
Diablo,
of the
Saying you
immense
don't know
amount
what you're
of
talking about.
different ways you can end the game. I mean, retroactively, you can own the entire fucking like state of like New Vegas in so many different ways, with house, with robots, with factions, NCR, Caesar's Legion. Like, there's so much to it.
Well,
personally,
okay. I mean, like if you look at Morrowind also has multiple factions, each of which argue with one another. And if you join one faction, then you can't join certain other factions. There are like for example, like there is the Morag Tong, and the Thieves Guild. The Morag Tong is like what would be an equivalent of a Dark Brotherhood. Joining the Thieves Guild along with a Morag Tong isn't really possible. Like, what's going to happen is that there's actually conflicts of interest because the Morag Tong kills people, Thieves Guild doesn't kill people. Right, so you can only join one of these in your playthrough, and then eventually like hit like a wall where you can't like proceed further because it results in the death of characters necessary to the game.
Good, right?
It is also possible you can kill base characters in a game, effectively destroying your save. Now that seems like that it's like, why would you want that? But what's really cool about that is that you realize, oh, I can't just randomly kill people. That is an actual direct consequence to me. So then you will actively go out of your way to avoid not killing people. You just kind of get engrossed into the world a little bit more because of that.
Oh, I agree with you. I feel like New Vegas has the same mechanics, honestly, on that.
Like,
so I agree.
It's okay.
So I agree that having factions that fight with each other is good for stories, right? Now, that this is why games like Skyrim aren't like the best RPGs, but are really good action adventures. But that's not all that makes the story good. In fact, the game becomes even better if all the different factions have legitimate and good reasons that for the player to join them, and presents an interesting new worldview for the player. In Fallout New Vegas, there are major factions do all fight with each other, similar to the ones that you mentioned. But if we're talking about like a real life experience, these factions in the game offer more interesting choices to challenge players' understanding than the ones that you presented. Most people believe stealing is bad and murder is bad, and as such, these factions are both evil choices that don't offer interesting perspectives for the player. And while most people do agree that that Caesar's Legion the Rome cosplayers are just like objectively bad and are not good for the long-term stability of the Mojave, the choice between the independent route, the libertarian, and the preservation of democracy are interesting and meaty critiques of the player's worldview that each present realistic and understandable moral reasons as to why the player should side with them. And the game uses in-world text along with real-world understandings such as Hegelian dialectics to try to sway the player towards each of the factions.
Okay, so if Morrowind's combat and the system that it is there is baked into its very identity. Okay, the system of dice rolls, the missing attacks, the extremely heavy dependence on your character stats over your skill as a player, it's not just like a random old system, right? It is part of the entire philosophy of that game, right? You are, by virtue, after leaving the boat, supposed to be an awkward, weak person that at the start who grows into a legend because of your stats, not because you personally have good aim or fast reflexes. If you strip that away and make it more action based like Skyrim, you're effectively, as far as anything is concerned, you're changing the soul of the game. It's just a completely different game.
I don't want to cut you off, right? But it feels to me as if like you have my volume turned all the way down and only saw that my light was glowing and then stopped, because I made no commentary about the combat system at all in that little text blurb. I was commenting about how to make the factions in your game interesting. And I was saying that I think the factions that exist in New Vegas...
I was going back to what you said prior.
But yeah, but nothing that you said was actually challenging the statements that I was making in support that Fallout New Vegas has more interesting factions than any of the Elder Scrolls games. Right?
I mean, the factions in Morrowind are crazy complex. They're very good. Like, that's kind of the thing. When you have like the best writing ever, the factions become immediately interesting.
Reaffirming your position, right? Like I was saying, here are the reasons why I think that the factions in New Vegas are more interesting than the factions in Morrowind. And then you started talking about why the combat system is good. And then I mentioned that wasn't really relevant. And then you said, oh, well, the factions in Morrowind are the best because Morrowind has the best writing. And because the factions are really good, right? But that doesn't really explain why the factions in Morrowind present more interesting choices for the player than the factions in New Vegas, other than just reaffirming your position that they're better. And I would argue that the factions in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines are even betterer.
I don't know. I haven't played that game.
That's not a word.
It's pretty... So if we can think of like linearity in games, right? And we can think that like Fallout New Vegas is pretty linear, so we could think of Half-Life. Half-Life is linear in story, but non-linear in like engaging with that story. There is thousands of ways that you can engage with the baddies, and as such, it creates a lot of option and variety for the player. And then we could think of like Halo as relatively non-linear in story and in progression. Halo's pretty much just like a constant skill check. You kind of have to do the same thing the entire time, just at like higher levels of skill.
Hey, Quinny.
And we could think of
Quinny. Quinny. All right, hold on a sec. So like, when it comes to like comparing, I think the two, I mean, there's like probably, like, I think like in terms of like world impact, like the impact in the world itself, New Vegas is probably stronger in that narrative, right? Like there's just, there's things that where it just changes, you know, things that happen in the world itself. However, I would probably be fair to say that the Morrowind's factions, it's just way deeper in lore and roleplay. Like the lore is insane. Joining a faction like, I don't know, House Telvanni or like the Thieves Guild, it feels like you're like entering like this ancient tangled web of traditions and rivalries and expectations. And it basically, and it locks you out of other choices. So you can't just be like a hero for everyone. You like become this person. There will be people who genuinely will hate you if you pick a side, right? And it's restrictive. And I think that's a good thing, right? Because it forces like you to have a strong role play commitment, right? You aren't the chosen one for every single group. Does that make sense?
No, I understand that, right? My thing is, and like, I get that they probably are deeper in lore than the factions in Fallout New Vegas. That's probably true. But my argument was that the factions in New Vegas offer more meaty critiques and more interesting options than the factions in Morrowind or any Bethesda game for that matter, especially Elder Scrolls. Basically, my argument was that pretty much everybody agrees that stealing and murder are wrong. And so these factions do not offer a very interesting critique to the player's worldview. and they do not offer very interesting choices. Now, the player can gain interest from the lore and other things, but while that can force the player to engage on a different level, that's a level I just personally find less engaging. And so as such, I prefer games that like challenge my understandings or my ideas far more than games that just like have this lore for me to like have these 18 books for me to read. And as such, I prefer to engage with the factions in Fallout New Vegas.
It just sounds like you like hearing voice actors. I personally I don't mind reading, but I can see why like somebody would not want to like spend a good deal of time like reading something. Like for me, reading it's not a detractor.
So I want you to explain to me in great detail how anything I said was related to voice actors.
I just think that like you sound like that you like things explained to you. Like that's what I was meaning.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then what do you want? Then what are you meaning?
I think that while players can find interest in lore versus challenging ideas, I find challenging ideas to be a more interesting question for the player than for engaging within the lore of the story, right? So, for example, in Fallout New Vegas, one of the central challenges to the player's idea is Mr. House, an autocrat who keeps stability in the region of New Vegas at the cost of the people of Freeside. Mr. House presents interesting arguments as to why liberal democracy might be flawed and how he can present a better future for the people of the Mojave. He also presents a peaceful future as opposed to some other factions. Versus and I can go like into a great deal of depth about each faction. But I think that the choices presented by the various factions within New Vegas are more interesting due to how they challenge the player's worldview rather than simply asking the player to engage in pre-existing lore. I think both perspectives can be interesting choices for the players, I think challenging the player's worldview is more.
Does anybody else want to talk? I don't know what to. I don't know how to respond.
Yes, me. Yeah, so
let's change topic.
We were talking about Fallout 3 Vegas. That game's so gay, man.
Sick. That game is pretty gay. In fact, you can romance male characters. You can go around the Mojave being a bisexual warrior.
Okay, where can I buy it? I need it.
You can buy it on Steam. There's a perk.
How much?
I think.
How much?
Terrible.
50. 50.
15.
Oh.
Yeah, it's $15.
I could be mistaken.
Or it could be $10, I think.
There's actually, so in Fallout 3,
it was funny. Like I decided to try. I decided to try out what it would be like to just like be on the side of Caesar's Legion, because like I never liked Caesar's Legion just fundamentally, and I could never bring myself to like play Caesar's Legion, and I always just like kind of played a good guy, and then I decided to like replay it to get like some more story out of it by joining Caesar's Legion. And so I joined Caesar's Legion doing that thing, and what ended up happening was the entire expansion with like the Mojave or whatever, like in the canyon area, I didn't get to experience any of that. I just like showed up, killed everybody, and it was just like, and it gave me like the conclusion to it like so instantaneously. It was like he spoke to blah 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 and he did this and did that, and I'm like, I didn't do any of that. All I did was just kill everybody. It was really weird. It was bizarre. I was like, holy shit.
I think that framing, now obviously the Caesar's Legion are the bad guys because they're fascistic Rome cosplayers that crucify people, which is literally how they kill Jesus. But I do think that
Rain
the frame...
says morning. I mean, ew. LOL. That's funny.
I do think that the frame, the Mr. House or the New California Republic or the independent endings as like good guys is like questionable, right? There are reasons why over a decade after the video game came out, there are people to this day making like video essays over an hour long, or producing producing massive like essays on Reddit boards or other such things, debating over which faction has the best ending for the Mojave, and which faction is the best way to resolve the inequalities of the world. For example, with the New California Republic, which is the stand-in for what the player might expect a liberal democracy to be like, they do, if the player forces them, resolve the systems of inequality that existed and permeated within the region, by force if necessary. And that's cool, but without the player's interaction, the forces of inequality that predate the New California Republic remain. It is a corrupt, oligarchical system led by a very corrupt man who, if they win the battle for New Vegas, are likely not going to reevaluate their position. Mr. House, by contrast, is an autocrat and says so, but he's an autocrat that isn't really interested in governing the lives of the individual. The independent ending throws the Mojave into chaos. In 4 out of 5 timelines, Caesar fucking dies from brain cancer, and Caesar's legion collapses in on itself. I don't think that there's any way to phrase any of these endings as particularly good. However, I do think that they are interesting endings that the player can engage with in a far greater degree than ooh, if I join the Thieves Guild, the Assassins Guild will be mad at me.
This entire discussion was just poo-pooing on Morrowind some more.
We still back on this?
Like, this is
That's
so
what
stupid.
I got out of this.
Well, I do think that like framing any of the endings as the good guys or bad guys is like a bad way of looking at this game, because it's meant to be morally complex.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think that you like listened to that.
I heard what you said. I'm saying you don't have any experience in Morrowind, and so you assuming Morrowind to be a specific way and then say it's not as deep or blah, 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 or it's morally complex. If there's anything that's morally complex, for sure it would be Morrowind.
Oh, so what are
it's just you not knowing what you're talking about. You're just saying it is this when it's not that.
Morally complex decision where it's not clear what the morally correct decision is.
That's
right?
correct.
What are some like that in Morrowind?
But this is what I mean. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, but I'm asking you for some examples right now. So why don't
what the Nerevarine is like this? Like, it could be fair to say that it like you're there to make the Veloth people great, but it's like, I mean, what does this mean? Well, it means that you're like purging a whole bunch of people, and you're, it's like insane. There's all sorts of churches involved. There's the death of gods. There are people that follow the gods that are ultimately like good gods that you have to deem false. It's crazy the level that you have to operate on in Morrowind. And that's just like one piece as opposed to the many, many different like deep pieces. It's not like, it is not like very obvious, like every little thing there. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Seem very morally complex to me. It seems like morally
right. Quinny, then play the freaking game. Right? I played your game. Why don't you play Morrowind? Then talk.
If it's like, oh, well...
Bro, it's like talking about... It's like, imagine you're talking about... imagine if you're talking about what is the depth of the story of a game that you never played. You don't know what the story is.
Amender, right?
That's so annoying.
I did not say...
Oh my God, forget it. Stop wasting my time.
Wait, Amender, I didn't say it has more depth. I said that the decisions that the player makes are more interesting due to being morally
You don't
nuanced.
know that. You haven't played it.
And then when you tried to think of a situation that
oh
was
my
morally
God.
nuanced, you were like, well...
Am I crazy here, guys? Am I crazy? I feel like if you're going to review, say, a movie, it would behoove you to watch the freaking movie. If you're going to critique a freaking video game, it would behoove you to play the freaking game.
I did play it. I played it for like 2
very
hours.
Little. You played it for like 2 hours, and now you are the expert of the storyline of Morrowind. Are you kidding?
Say that.
That's so frustrating.
Wait, Amanda, at any point of time, did I say I'm an expert in Morrowind?
What? You're acting like you know what the storyline of Morrowind is. You don't. You've never played it. You haven't even talked to Caius Casades. You don't even know who Caius Casades is.
Wait, so
you did literally nothing in the storyline, and you're critiquing the storyline of Morrowind. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So I'm acting like an expert when I ask you about the video game and then talk
Oh
about
my
your
God.
commentary on the video game.
Forget it, dude. It's hopeless. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay,
It's hopeless. Don't waste my time.
I mean, you should have at least finished the game before
Dude, don't even like you don't even have to finish the entire game. At least play some of the freaking storyline. He hadn't even talked to Caius. Like at the beginning, like they're just like, oh, up your levels a bit, and I'll talk to you later, right? And then you like join like the Fighters Guild or the Mages Guild, go do some stuff, and then you come back, and then they're like, okay, here's some fetch quests. That's all. Like he didn't even get to that point. Let alone like, hey, I think you're the Nerevarine. We need you to talk to the Veloth people. You need to become Hortator. You need to become like what is it? Be proclaimed Nerevarine across all of the tribes and become tribe unmourned. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
So to begin with, right, that opening bit sounds just like excruciatingly terrible. And two, I'm
done, Quinny. I'm done. I want to open up the floor to anybody else. Anybody but Quinny. Seriously.
You just sound like a Morrowind fanboy. I can do that. I can play this game.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm a Morrowind fanboy. I love Morrowind.
Yeah, you sound like a Morrowind fanboy. Deluded by nostalgia.
I'm not deluded by nostalgia. It is a really good game. It really is. It is not a delusion of nostalgia. I promise you that.
It sounds like, well, no, because like if you just like immediately like ignore everything I say and don't actually listen
I didn't ignore everything you said. I'm saying you're making critiques of storylines that you don't know about. Right? Imagine writing a review of a book you haven't read. It's stupid.
Yeah, you know what? I really do need to put 800 hours into the video game before I can talk about it.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about the story of the game, then yeah, you kind of do.
Oh.
Like what?
Imagine saying, man, I really should finish a book before I talk about the story of it.
It is kind of wild, right? Like now it is.
He's not on your side, Quinny. Astro is not on your side here.
Yeah, no.
I read the summary, man. I know what it's about.
I'm talking about the things
read the summary.
This video game.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe you're
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm just gonna ask them summarize the Morrowind storyline. Right. I'm just gonna ask
Shut up, boy. The AI is gonna come back and it's gonna shit can it.
Let's see. Summarize the Morrowind storyline. Okay. All right. You are a prisoner sent to the island of Vardenfell by the order of the Emperor. Secretly, the Empire hopes that you might be the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy about a Nerevarine, a legendary hero who will free the Dunmer people from a terrible curse. You arrive in a strange alien land full of political factions, ancient gods, and deep resentment towards imperial rule. Over time, you learn that the gods of the quote-unquote tribunal, who are by the names of Vivek, Almalexia, and Sothasil, gained their power by betraying a hero named Nerevar. A formal tribunal member, Dagoth Yor, has become a monstrous godlike being plotting to drive out the Empire and corrupt the world with his evil power. Your job is to prove to yourself as the true Nerevarine by passing a series of trials, gaining the trust of the people, and fulfilling the prophecy. In the end, you confront Dagoth Ur deep inside the Red Mountain volcano, destroy the heart of Lorkhan that gives him power, and end the threat, and doing so also breaks the power of the tribunal gods. You're reborn a legendary hero, sent to stop a corrupt god and fulfill a prophecy that will change the fate of Morrowind forever. Like that, and that's a very quick summary. What I just said, Like, it's so much more complex than that. Like we could talk about like the specific factions of Vivek, Almalexia, and Sotha-Sil. We could talk about like who is this Nerevar? What are the actual trials required in order to become the Nerevarine? It is crazy complex. It's very good.
Okay.
Good talk. That was a good talk.
I don't know what reading out like a ChatGPT writing of summary of the story was meant to prove.
I mean, I'm just pointing out that you don't know any of these things.
Okay.
You don't know them. You don't know so critiquing like New Vegas's story and comparing it to Morrowind when you yourself haven't played the storyline of Morrowind, that's silly. It would behoove you to actually know what you're talking about.
I just think that New Vegas and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is good. That's all I'm saying.
All right, great. But then don't critique Morrowind's storyline when you don't know about Morrowind's storyline.
Wait, so I only responded to things that you stated, and I went like, wow, that doesn't sound like a morally nuanced decision at all. I think that that's all I did. I didn't like say, I think the storyline is terrible. You said, this is one of the things I like about the storyline, and then I said, I don't think that's a morally nuanced decision in comparison to what exists in New Vegas.
Yeah, again, you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you're just like I'm not saying that the storyline isn't morally nuanced. I'm saying you're retelling.
You are providing a critique on like I've played both of those games. I've beaten both of the games, right? I understand the story of both of the games, so I'm equipped to be able to talk to you about these things. But you haven't played Morrowind. I mean, you played a little bit, like a couple hours. You got into like the first quest of a Thieves Guild quest, and then that was it. You didn't do anything further, right?
So, I'm not providing critique of the story. I'm providing critique of your retelling of the story.
You're saying this doesn't sound like something that, like, again, you don't know, right? I'm just telling you, like, okay. Hey, this it's kind of like this.
Maybe you're like
that doesn't make you all of a sudden able to critique. Like, what is this?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're just like really shit at retelling the story.
All right, Quinny, good talk.
Well, like what? I'm not saying that the entire game is bad or that the story is bad. I'm saying based off of what you've told me about the story of the game, it sounds less interesting to me than Fallout New Vegas.
Hi, Quinny.
Oh my god.
I think Morrowind should have mysterious stranger mechanic in it to make it better.
100%.
Make it more like New Vegas.
Mysterious what mechanic?
The mysterious stranger mechanic.
What is that?
Some guy just randomly kills your enemy for you.
Yeah, you know, like in VATS, you have like a mysterious stranger sometimes pull up.
Who here likes Ocarina of Time?
Yeah, and the reason why I banned Quinny was not because that I just personally disagree with them, but they were literally commandeering the VC this entire time. Very annoying.
Today I'm making pancakes, guys. I'm excited.
Very nice. I'm playing some Dota 2 right now. It's fun.
Bro, can I just say, like, now I want to play Morrowind. That made me want to play Morrowind. Like, what the heck? I love Morrowind.
True. When y'all were talking about New Vegas, that's what I wanted to do too. I'm like, nah, fuck it, go to Dota.
What is it? An RPG or something?
Yeah. It's an RPG.
I've never been big on RPGs, but I've always wanted to be big on them, but I'm just not.
I love RPGs. Huge, big, very big on RPGs. Love them.
I'm just when it comes to me in games, I'm all about the execution and the timing and the skill. You know what I mean? So for me, like a turn-based or a decision-based game that's like based off the dialogue, decisions, and like you know, like flow charts and stuff like that. Like that's never been my cup of tea, but I wish it was.
I mean, it depends. Like, you can have a lot of RPGs that are really good, like Deus Ex or Stalker.
Oh my god!
Like, you don't really need some flow charts.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Like Deus Ex and Stalker. Those are great games.
I just love the with me in games, it's all about like I love getting my movement. I love fine-tuning my movement, trying new like strategies, trying like stuff that involves pressure, aggression, defense. Like that's what I'm about in games.
So the
like
bunny
I play
hop.
the game. I almost play the game like a sport a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm not, but I don't think games are a sport. Don't get it twisted. Games are a way you express yourself and a way you have fun. Like there's nothing more fancy about it.
I gotta keep. What am I doing in Diablo? I'm just kind of like wandering around.
That's what you do in Diablo.
Just wander around. Take Mephisto's soul stone to the Hellforge. Okay. Soul stone. Take that to the Hellforge. Where's the Hellforge?
It's the forge that looks like hell's in there.
It's funny.
Amanda, I'm not smiling.
How many acts
I'm
are there in Diablo? Are there 6?
It's 5. Yes,
Is it
including
5?
mobile. Well, are we including the mobile one, Immortal, or
Diablo 2?
I think it's 5.
Is it 5? Okay. I've never beaten it, so, but I plan on beating it. I've been having fun with it.
Have you played the Oblivion remake?
It's
Amanda?
been amazing. It's been amazing. I've been enjoying the heck out of it. It's fabulous.
Is it really that good? I've
Yes,
never played
yes,
Oblivion,
yes.
so like I would go in completely blind.
If
Ooh.
you're
I'm
going
playing
in
it
completely
right now.
blind, you're in for a treat. You're gonna love it.
guaranteed or your money back?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I would say so.
Are you walking?
Yes, shush.
There's a baby.
Child.
Child.
Sorry, we're gonna have to ban
Child.
you from the Discord. No one under 18. My bad. Ban.
No one under 7.
No, the prime number for their age. So no 43-year-olds. No 47-year-olds. I love prime numbers.
Let's take a look here. It's a pretty chill day, y'all. Pretty chill day, gotta say.
Heck yeah.
What is this? Is this a bridge for me to? Is this the Hellforge?
Prime number.
Is this the Hellforge?
Not the Hellforge.
I'm looking for the Hellforge. We will see what happens.
I need mana.
Anybody got a topic?
Nope.
I have a gamer topic.
Sure, what you got?
I know this might not be a hot take, but I think like you've seen the Switch 2, right?
Yep.
I think it's like too damn expensive.
I think the Switch 2 is a piece of shit.
This is going to be more.
And
Yeah,
I think
it's
anyone buying a
expensive.
Switch,
You could thank Donald Trump for that. Actually.
No.
I'm not saying
gonna,
that like
I'm
the
not gonna
Switch
buy.
2 is expensive, but I'm saying like the $80 games and like paywalling to like play Mario Kart is kind of crazy. Like $80 for games is insane.
Yeah, well, it's because of your boy.
Well, no, it's that, but also Nintendo's a greedy company and they know that they can get away with whatever they want, so they can jack up the price from 90 to 100.
Well,
I think they could unironically jack the price up to $90.
It's the tariffs that Donald Trump imposed. I'm not even kidding. Like they would be $70 games otherwise.
Amender, I don't like Trump either, and I do think tariffs are bad. But this is not because I don't think this is because of Trump. This was inevitable.
No.
Games are getting more and more expensive because people are putting up with game companies being half-ass and scamming them. People have been putting up with this for years, and they put up with it more and more because they're like, oh, it's the next. Like, I cannot stand these. I've never ran into any on Discord. Funny enough, that's fair. Like, Trump is doing his shit, you know, but.
Why I disagree because like
Nintendo defenders.
I mean you have to understand that like games are harder to build now than they were back then, right? It's a lot more work goes into making a game than ever before, and you know we had been privileged with paying $60 for a game for like a long time. Like these games, what was it? I think like Grand Theft Auto 5 was like $1 billion game to make. It cost $1 billion to make that game. Like, bro, like back then, like in Super Nintendo days, you could have like a team of 10 people and just make a game, and that was it. And they would just make that game, and they would sell that game for $60, right? It was $60, $60 or $70 for the game in the 90s, right? And we're sitting here looking at like this $1 billion game and say, oh, why is that $70? Why is that like, bruh, come on. Like it just hasn't kept up with inflation. But I mean, now, like I'm actually kind of curious how much of that is affected by Donald Trump's tariffs. I guarantee you it would be, right? Because my basic economic understanding would tell me it is.
I just like to say fuck
Let me pull
Nintendo,
it up. I'll pull it up.
Nintendo doesn't get any of my money.
I think honestly, Amender, like I think it is a little bit of that, but I also think it's a smokescreen to be able to charge like $80 to like $85. And like I think what's crazy too is like I won't touch the Switch 2 because even the game cards, you don't even fully own the game, and I'm not buying a game that I'm not going to fully own. Like that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Also, why is the cost of a digital product the same as a material product if it was tariffs?
Well, now like the physical game, it's just a game cartridge to download the game from like online, and I'm like, that's kind of insane. Like you're pretty much just giving me a digital game at that point.
All right. So what I'm getting here from Wired, I don't know if you consider Wired to be reputable.
Communist source. Can't use it, Amender.
Yeah,
no.
Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders are back on, and while consoles will remain the same price, accessories will be more expensive due to President Donald Trump's tariff announcements. The company said today that pre-orders will begin next week, April 24th, and that the Switch 2 will remain at $450 at launch. Despite sweeping tariffs announced earlier this month by President Trump that threatened to raise prices. The Mario Kart World Bundle, which includes the console and the game, will still sell for $499.99. The game itself, as well as Donkey Kong Bonanza, will keep the original price tags of $79.99 and $69.99 respectively. We apologize for the retail pre-order delay and hope this reduces some of the uncertainty our consumers may be experiencing, Nintendo said in an official statement. On April 4th, just 2 days after the Switch 2 reveal event held in New York City, Nintendo announced the unprecedented move delaying pre-orders in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. Nintendo's president of America, Doug Bowser, previously told Wired that the company was actively assessing the impact of Trump's tariffs would have on the Switch 2's production and launch. However, Switch 2 accessories will experience price adjustments from the announced April 2 due to the changes in market conditions. Nintendo said in a statement the Pro Controller, for example, originally announced at $79.99. It is now $84.99. The Joy-Con 2 is now $94.99 as opposed to $89.99. Other increases are the dock set, which was announced at $109.99, will now sell at $119.99. The company also notes that other adjustments to the price of any Nintendo product is also possible to the future, depending on market conditions. Trump announced Liberation Day tariffs on April 2nd, including the baseline tariffs of 10% on all countries. He also raised tariffs on Chinese goods to 145%. But after China announced 125% tariffs in the U.S. in response, the White House said China could face up to 245% in tariffs on some goods. The Trump administration also said electronics will be exempted from the baseline tariffs and those levied at China. Trump has threatened an additional tariffs on other countries, including April 10th. He said that those would be paused for 90 days while the U.S. negotiates. The uncertainty has sent many industries scrambling as markets have crashed between rising prices for consumers and possibly extending financial conditions that have led to years of cuts and massive layoffs. Tariffs will negatively affect the industry from people who make games who play them. All right, hold on. So I can continue with this, but this sounds like a very classic Nintendo strategy. So when it comes to consoles and when it comes to, specifically with consoles, what they do is that they usually sell a console at a loss. Yep. And the reason why is because it basically gets you, hooked on that ecosystem to buy games and accessories. So they're going to be making their money off of the games as well as the accessories, not the actual consoles in itself. So it doesn't surprise me that here we have Nintendo eating the cost of the tariffs and not changing their marketing, which is honestly very smart. And now all of a sudden Nintendo actually looks like the good guy, not the other way around.
No way you just said that. That's the craziest.
Seriously.
Because there's still going to be outrage over an $80 game, not owning the game, and then also how expensive the console is. Because Nintendo's always been a middle ground of like the Wii was the least expensive.
They're making a loss. They're making a loss on the console. They're only making money on the games. We're making a loss,
but it's still $80.
And also the tariffs do apply to those games.
I disagree.
Nintendo.
I literally just read it out to you. What do you want? It is affecting that.
Nintendo peaked at the Wii. Changed my mind.
What? Nintendo peaked at the Wii? No, totally disagree.
I mean, I think like I said, not owning the games, how expensive the console is, and $80 games is like Nintendo was seen as blame
your boy, dude. Your boy's the one.
What do you mean blame your boy?
Yeah, blame.
I literally
Donald
just
Trump.
read the headline: Nintendo Switch 2 prices won't get hit by Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, but what about the accessories, the games?
No, I get that, but
those are going to get hit.
Screen. I think it's a smoke
I
screen.
I think you're wrong. It's a 10% tariff that ultimately goes to the consumer because that's what economists have told everybody. And if people think that, oh yeah, they're just going to eat those costs, no, dude, it passes off to the consumer every time.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's just ones and zeros. No, I'm kidding, dude. I actually saw somebody say that. They said the money doesn't matter. The stock market crashing doesn't matter. Benny Johnson literally said it's just ones and zeros, and I logged off for the day. I said I'm done. I said we don't understand anything. Like. Or no, it was a suffer now, prosper later, and I'm like, get off the internet.
Suffer now, prosper later.
That's for the Jews.
In that source, it says that electronics would be exempted under Trump. Are controllers electronics?
I don't. Well, I would imagine games probably not. Those are not electronics. That's just the game itself, right? Which. Like it would be like I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe.
They might count it as electronic. They might not. It depends on, because they do weird shit like that sometimes.
Yeah, I think when they're referring to electronics, they're probably referring to like chips manufacturing and computer manufacturing.
Yeah. Like headphones aren't usually counted as electronics, but they are definitely an electronic.
What do you mean? I can find them in the electronics section.
Yeah, right?
They are comprised of electronics.
They are electronic.
Yeah, we don't disagree with you. We're just saying it depends on how they decide to...
Nintendo bad.
I don't
Nintendo
like
bad.
Nintendo. They're
But yeah,
greedy.
Nintendo bad. No, I
Even
think
though
we can
they're-
all agree Nintendo bad.
I don't know. Yeah,
But
I
I
don't think
think too-
Nintendo's bad. I think Nintendo is dealing with the market conditions that they find themselves in, and it's. I think
No,
we
you
can
don't
place
get
a
it. You
huge
don't-
amount of blame on ya boy.
But
I generally, outside of
Amanda,
this, I just generally don't like Nintendo.
Oh, really?
Here's the
Dang,
Amanda,
no,
I
I
have
think
a question.
Nintendo makes great games.
I have
No,
a
I think they make
question.
great
What do you
games. I disagree with them as a business, not as a.
what do you think about like never owning your games? Like, what do you think about like the whole physical thing where you just download the game? It's just a cartridge,
We already
pretty much. You could download it.
I
you
mean,
have to
like, I'm not against the Steam model. Like, I think
We haven't
it's pretty
owned our
good.
games for a long time. Even the physical copies, when you put it in, it says that in license user agreement. That's not you owning the game. That is them saying at any point, if your device is connected to the internet, they can come in and shut down your game.
Think of it as a rental.
Yeah, it's like the best examples of this is phones. When you log in, when you buy a new phone, and you have to click agree and accept to all that shit. If you actually sit down and read it, what you're agreeing to is that you own the hardware, but all that software is still owned by Samsung. And at any point, Samsung can brick your phone.
True.
So I don't think this, like, I think it's a big deal, but I think we're so far into it now that, like, we can't really do much about it unless we start propping up companies that allow us to own softwares.
It would take a massive boycott, I think.
Yeah. The only one that comes close, really, is Android, because Android is open source. So, like, while they own the underlying software, really, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want with it. There's not much that would get them to take it away.
I think I went the wrong way.
That slaughterfish is on land trying to attack me. Why?
Sick, dude.
Hold on, I gotta
Bender!
What's up?
see this.
Hello.
Hello. Remember, I'm a mender.
Dude.
What just happened?
Look at the slaughterfish. Oh.
There's so many enemies. Get them away.
Playing Smash.
You're playing Super Smash Brothers?
Oh, I'm driving right now. Why,
Oh, you're driving.
Why did you quit Smash?
I didn't quit Smash. What do you mean?
Oh,
Are you
yeah.
looking to get smashed? You want to get
I am
smashed,
looking
buddy?
to get smashed, but I have to do my job.
Oh,
I
I'll
have to do
smash
my
that
job
ass
first, but
later.
Yeah, I'm gonna smash you today. Yeah.
We're gonna get going, boys.
I mean, you better.
Oh, smash that ass.
Garlic phone.
Garlic phone.
Garlic.
Garlic phone.
Oh man, that was good.
phone.
Yesterday was fucking retarded. I love that. I mean, it was fun. It was fun.
Better than a geriatric phone.
What's garlic
Garlic phone.
Garlic foam.
What's
What
garlic
up,
phone?
Parmesan phone?
Garlic phone.
What
It's
is
the
garlic phone?
Garlic.
Garlic phone. It's garlic
It's
phone,
like-
basically.
Yeah, it's garlic phone.
Ah.
If you've played that.
It's garlic.
It's like charades, but with pictures.
It's fucking hilarious.
Where do I go, bro? Where do
Great.
I go? Where do I freaking go? I'm looking,
So I guess
guys.
charades with pictures would kind of be like
I'm looking
Pictionary,
everywhere,
but you know.
boys.
Fucking Pictionary.
Yeah, I guess.
Me no know
Mix
where
between
go.
Pictionary and telephone.
Facts.
It's this giant open like
That's why it's called
landscape, and I don't know
garlic
where to go.
Game really does not like it when I do
Ah,
that.
jeez.
Where do I go?
Home. Go home.
I don't know where
Cool.
to go. Wait, is that a stairwell over there? Hold on a sec. Did I just like... Am I stupid? I'm stupid. I actually deserve the short bus. I deserve to be in a short bus.
Hey man, the short bus is nice. Don't knock it.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Michael Hicks says, more like a game of telephone with pictures, if I remember. I need...
I think it's Dennis Prager.
I think he's horrible. He makes life worse for a lot of people.
Who's
I
Dennis
think he's a
Prager?
Jew.
Ouch, motherfucker. That hurt.
A Jew.
That's weird. Why is that the factor you're concerned with?
Why are you being weird today, Boone?
Bad person? Nah. Jew? Yeah. Like, bro. The fuck?
Oh, did you see 19 different states are suing the Trump administration?
Sick. Based. We need to be doing that.
What states? Let's see here. It was filed by Massachusetts.
What are they suing for?
All the DEI policies that Trump's trying to end. So it's California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin.
What is this about? Can you send me a link?
Yeah, I got you.
How Trump do this time? Jesus.
Trump is
Everything.
awful, dude.
All of
Awful.
everything.
All the things.
Come on, AB, stop being weird. Fair. Yeah, fuck it, do it this way.
What specific DEI thing?
You know, taxes.
Taxes is DEI?
Yeah, but everything's DEI at this point.
What are you
Copy
talking
the
about?
fucking link.
Exactly.
Thank you. Freaking. Give me a second. I was using Ground News and there's like copying weird on the phone.
I gotta I'm gonna start up some rice. I'll be right back in a quick second. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. And when you come back, it's in the side chat.
Oh, federal funding, not taxes.
Yeah, I skimmed through it. It just said some of the DEI policies. I wanted to see what states were a part of it. I didn't read into the specifics of what policies.
Oh shit, I have to buy this.
Buy it. Do it.
Got to. Alright.
Did motion blur get turned on? Because it really feels like motion blur got turned on. I swear to Jesus. I hate motion blur. Oh, it's off. Me too, Chaos. Me too.
Heck yeah.
All right, y'all. I got that rice rolling. We rolling on the rice.
Oh, rice.
We got rice roadies. Let's fucking go.
No, not rice-a-roni. Fuck that.
No.
I don't like rice-a-roni.
It's just white rice I'm cooking up for my bowl of my mixy bowl.
Very good, very good.
I don't know where to go, guys. Guys, I don't know where to. Well, I'm in the River of Flames. So hold on. Wait a minute.
River of Fire.
Quest.
That article's in the
I have to
side
take
chat, by the way,
Mephisto's
Amanda.
Soulstone to the Hellforge. Hopefully.
To the Hellforge it goes.
Doesn't actually say which EA policies they're withholding money from.
Ooh. Hey, what the fuck? Did I just get teleported?
The Attorney Generals might be holding off on that until things get moving more. Sometimes they do
Guys, how fucked are we?
that. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about.
You're
but
gonna see a lot of products just kind of disappear. Your grocery stores will start to look a lot more sparse and empty, similar to kind of what you would see in, say, modern Cuba.
It's pretty basic.
Things are already freaking. Dude, I went to buy.
Communist.
Things are already like ridiculously expensive. Went to buy a frozen pizza yesterday, and it was like $7.
What?
$7, bro. That's like $17 to me.
Shop at Aldi's, bro.
Wait, $17 for what?
Frozen pizza, apparently. Like,
Yeah, what frozen pizzas are you buying that are $17?
Firstly, why the fuck are you buying frozen pizzas? That's the main question I'm trying to figure out.
It's a frozen pizza. Like,
yeah.
You could buy a regular hot and ready pizza for like $10. Come on.
Papa John's would be better than that delivered.
Papa
John's is like
spend
$40.
it's like $40, bro.
What the fuck is up with your prices in America? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, we know.
If you go on the website,
We're not happy with it.
April Cox says I can get a freshly made pizza for €6.99. Yeah. That's great. I mean, I'm glad that you guys have, like, I don't know, competent politicians that know what they're doing.
If I could do that for dinner sometime,
Unfortunately, we don't have that in the United States. What we have is like a bunch of morons running like an insane asylum. Yeah, it's so based, guys. It's really based. We owned the libs.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
owned
you guys
them.
own them. You guys own them.
It was more expensive prior to Trump, by the way. So I don't
No,
know why
that's wrong.
It
You're
absolutely
wrong.
wasn't. I can show you my Walmart bills.
You don't think those goods were more expensive compared to Europe, even before Trump?
Dude,
Well, it's more
European
expensive
boots
now, my
are
dude.
cheaper
And
than
by the
right
way,
now,
none of
dude.
this has to happen. None of this has to happen, right? We don't actually have to have this expensive stuff. We could just like stop with the tariffs, right? That's how we can solve this. But we're
how
just
your
going to
prices
decide
go
not
up.
to under the false pretense that the jobs are just going to come roaring back. I got news for you, man. There's no light at the end of this tunnel. Any basic economist will tell you that. Right, but Donald Trump doesn't listen to economists. He doesn't listen to experts. He doesn't listen to anybody, and we're just gonna watch this experiment unfold.
Yeah, and the thing, like, when Trump supporters tell me like this is gonna be good, I always ask them like an example, like which industry came back to America after like tariffs implementation, like who came back? Like no company has came back. The only thing they all said was we might come back, you know.
I mean, if anything, we're losing on, like, say, for example, a tourist industry. People are flocking away from the United States in droves, not wanting to go to the United States because of safety concerns.
So here's a great example, all right? November 19th, 2022. I bought a gallon of Rain-X de-icer windshield washer fluid, okay? So smack dab in the middle of Biden's presidency. It cost me $4.97. If I click on it right now, it is almost $9 for the same thing. Tell me things are cheaper.
Yeah, so shit is becoming more expensive with tariffs.
Yeah,
so
like
it's,
I don't.
I mean, it always gets more expensive. It's just how much is going by. That's the problem.
True. Yeah.
But here's
True.
the thing, right? This is completely avoidable. We actually don't have to do this. We don't. This is literally the decision of one man.
That is a
right? And who doesn't
25%
listen to
increase
experts,
year
by the
over
way.
year.
Everybody was saying that he was going to do so good for the economy. The economy was going to be better. It was better under Trump than it was under Biden, despite the fact that it had nothing, like nobody even referenced COVID during that, right? And the fact that Biden literally pulled us out of the inflation crisis regarding COVID and did so faster than any other OECD country. But, we're just going to completely ignore that and say, hey, it was better under Trump, completely ignore all of the factors that caused it to be better under Trump, and then so we revote the moron in, and then all of a sudden, wait, we're like surprised that the policies are stupid?
Which could only happen, by the way, by people on the left not voting.
I can agree with that. There was a lot of people on the left that didn't vote or voted third party because they have their reasons. We had a lower turnout in 2024 than we did 2020.
I don't see why we're blaming only the lefties not going out and voting, right? A huge amount of people still voted for Trump.
I agree, but there was
because
still a problem with voter turnout.
Look, the problem is the Democrats shouldn't have put up Biden. Like, they should have just put up somebody fucking else, like anyone else.
And I can agree with
Yeah,
that.
but look, even if we rolled Biden's corpse in there, he's not putting tariffs across the world. So seemingly Biden's corpse is better than Trump.
Also true.
But people just weren't listening. Trump wasn't he didn't mention the Greenland thing, his obsession with Greenland, but he sure as hell mentioned tariffs, right? And everyone's been telling people, look, if he tariffs everyone, it's going to be bad. People just didn't listen. They didn't care. All they cared about was owning the libs. Right?
Yeah, but they were also
showed
allowed
us.
to.
They owned us.
And now we're gonna own the libs, right? All the way to the bank.
No.
Every single person
By
is just
owning
gonna do
ourselves.
worse. Yeah, we literally shot ourselves in the foot just to own the libs. It's idiots. Bunch of morons.
Even with some conservatives, some conservatives are like against Trump now. Like Candace Owens is saying like what he's doing in universities, it's not that good and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the mainstream right now is not that, though, right?
I don't know what the mainstream what for conservatives.
Yeah, there's still for every conservative that goes against Trump, there's 5 that don't.
But I think they're turning more and more are turning their backs against him. All these farmers that Trump was
more
trying
and more
to support
changing,
the workers.
but more and more changing. Fine, but it's still the case that a shitload of them still are not moving anywhere.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to say that you were wrong,
Yeah. Shit happens.
Oh, people are just gonna double and triple down. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder how long it will take where people go, maybe Donald Trump is actually an idiot. Maybe, just maybe.
Impossible.
They're there's no way. I can't imagine Trump. How is he so successful? And he's an idiot. How?
Well, I don't know if I'd say. Listen to me, and bear with me here. I don't think Trump is necessarily an idiot, like you would call an idiot, but he's definitely smart enough to get into the positions he's in.
Yeah.
Well, he may not have gotten to those positions purely to his intelligence, right? I just think the guy has charisma and money. Right? I don't think he's intelligent. I don't think you need. I don't think. In fact, it seems to be the case that intelligence actually hurts you when you try to get elected because Americans don't value intelligence.
Well, I think to be a politician in general, you have to have a level of cognitive function that's higher than a lot of
above 90 IQ, probably. Probably above 90 IQ, you can function as a politician, right? Seemingly how we do things right now is you need to be charismatic. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a politician, right? I just don't think you need to be 130 IQ Giga Chat. I think at best Trump's probably about average. At worst, he's probably about 90 IQ. The guy doesn't speak very eloquently, right? His vocabulary is dog shit. He talks about injecting people with bleach.
You don't have to use a high vocabulary though to get your point across.
Yeah, that's why I also gave an idea of his. right? And none of these individual facts are going to necessarily mean he has a low IQ. They're just going to be used for justification that he probably isn't that intelligent. And I don't think anyone should think Trump is
Well,
that
they analyzed his speech patterns and found at the Flesch-Kincaid scale, he reads at a 4th grade level. Or, I'm sorry, he speaks at a 4th grade level.
Well, if that's the case, then more than half of America is retarded. And there you go.
That's true.
Yeah.
I agree. We've been eroding away at our education system for a very long time, and so yes, people have gotten dumber. They've gotten a lot dumber.
100 IQ is the average person, and the average person is stupid. Just to be 100% clear here.
It's no surprise. What's the statistic? Only 50% of the country can read above a 6th grade level. This idea that half the country has trouble with education, that is a true thing, and it's a real problem here. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like though too, the speech that you said that he speaks at a lower level, can speak to those blue collar workers and things like that. Where I feel like the Democrats really struggle with that sometimes.
Well, I think it's both, right? It's both the fact that it's because he's speaking at 4th grade level because he's stupid, and it is the fact that speaking at this low level resonates with people who speak at a low level. So
which is most of Americans, and that's the thing is
I'm already committed to most Americans having really stupid ideas. 20% of Americans still don't believe in evolution. Why am I?
Well, why would you? But I was gonna say is
why would you?
20% of this Discord doesn't believe in evolution.
It's higher for Discorders, I think, to be honest, just because there's a selection bias. But
100% higher for Discorders.
Yeah, because I think if you don't believe this, you don't believe in the average stuff. You're not going out and telling people about it. Just want to talk about it.
Look, here's the thing. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, the dude's smart enough to know what to do to get into the position where he is. Right? He's the president for now. So you guys got to really think about it.
I don't
He's
think that
smarter than all of the Democrats that ended up running and winning. That's the problem that we're facing.
I'll say this too. I mean, because Trump went to college, right? And he went to a private school and stuff. I think that's correlation. That education also somewhat correlates with IQ.
Yeah, but his professor, you know what else correlates with whether or not someone's intelligence? Whether his professors come out and say that he's stupid or not, and I think a lot of them have. So
have they?
Dude, these people.
Yeah, there's professors and private school students and private school teachers that have come out and say, yeah, Trump was an
and
idiot.
Just how stupid are the Democrats who let him win? I mean, let's be real. Fuck.
Look,
we can sit here and talk about how stupid he is.
I mean, here, literally, it's crazy.
Look, I just think there's something different between winning races in America and being intelligent, right? I don't think intelligence is going to necessarily. No.
Strategizing game.
You might need intelligent people. You might need intelligent people behind you, but don't kid yourself. Trump isn't creating his entire strategy. He's got teams of people to help him make his strategy. All he is a face. He's just charisma. The dude isn't smart.
Yeah, but hold on. He's the one that
see what the problem is here.
He's the one that got the team. He's the one that did everything to get the team. He has to have intelligence.
He just has money. And look, I think a 90 IQ person could put together a team like this if they had the money, right? And the connections with Trump obviously does.
Not even close. Because look, at the end of the day, if you have somebody we've had famous fucking celebrities run for president, they never even fucking made it to a party. They just
I don't think they have the charisma Trump has. I just don't agree that they have the charisma.
I do not. It's not about the charisma at that point.
It is 100% about the charisma.
No. You have to have way more than just charisma. Because you have to be scheming and plotting and understanding strategy for this. It's not you can't just pick off somebody from the fucking middle of the street that doesn't know shit and put him in that position. Nobody's going to vote for him. He knows the system. He played it.
He has teams to help him decide what move to make. He is not making not even 10% of these decisions on his own.
He's the one that hired the teams to do these things. That's what I'm getting at.
I have a question.
Okay. This is you speaking to his money, not his intelligence on deciding what to do in his elections. Right? He has money and he has connections. He can get smart people to help him run his campaigns. The difference is whether or not he is intelligent. And again, a 90 IQ person can have money and can hire people to make decisions for him. They can do this.
but can I
And
ask
in fact,
you-
even a 90
wasn't
IQ
it-
person can even attempt to see if this person's helping them or not. And by the way, Trump seems to have like a bad track record because he just like gets people on his team, and then when they fuck up, he just tosses them to the side like Rudy Giuliani. It's not like he's sticking with one group of people forever because he was super intelligent, picked the absolute right person. He's gone through many iterations of groups. Like, I am just not buying it.
But why don't we have
I am
90
in complete
IQ
agreement.
billionaires as president? Like, I don't understand this. Why haven't we had nothing but 90 IQ billionaires as president?
That's not
that makes
true.
no sense. to me.
That's
Again, it's
not
about
true. Where are you
charisma,
getting
right?
that?
Like,
you see where the
Elon Musk, for example, couldn't buy that state election, right? Like I think money in politics is a big thing. I just don't think it's the end all be all, right? Like if Elon Musk decided to run, he would lose because he has the charisma of a dead flounder. Right?
Or
Like,
would he lose? We'll never know.
He would 100% lose. No one's voting.
I mean,
No one's voting for Musk. Dude.
I mean,
Literally
it
no
depends
one
on what
with the
state. I mean, it depends on what state he's in,
think he
where
could
he's
win
at,
any
what he's
state.
running for. Like,
I'm not convinced he could win any state. I'll be real.
really, dude, that's a crazy take, honestly.
I'm telling you, people don't like Elon. I don't even think MAGA likes Elon. They like him only because it triggers the libs, but they're like super okay with throwing him overboard. And I just don't think like I think there's a huge section of them that just don't like Elon.
On an anecdotal thing, I do think a good portion of them like Elon because they've fallen for this. Now stop, I am talking. Because they have fallen for this idea that Elon is this free speech absolutist. He wants to save the world idea.
I mean,
Well,
some
that's
of
what he's
them,
doing.
right,
Like
but,
that's what he's doing right now. You know.
Some of them, I think, but like, I genuinely don't think he'll have any. He's just not going to have anywhere near the support that people like Trump has, right? Like, nowhere near, not even close. Trump just has significantly more charisma than Elon Musk. Even now, when he's like clearly slowed down.
More so.
Because in like 2016, Trump was like a completely radical different person.
And they
Well,
said he wouldn't win. They said he wouldn't win, and he
Yeah,
did.
they said I wouldn't win, and I
It's not
won.
about that. It's how he
We did
speaks. Watch speeches from when in 2016 and now.
Dude,
My little pet
that's when he
theory
had
is-
the juice. I'm telling you, dude. That's when he was gassing it
My
up.
pet theory is that almost dying from COVID fried his brain. That's my pet theory.
Did he get COVID?
And he got COVID and he almost got put on a ventilator.
I
which is
remember
code for he was
reading.
almost not fucking breathing.
There
Yeah,
was
not even COVID could stop
there was
him.
an
You know,
old
he's too
there
good.
was an old interview that was done between Bob Woodward and Donald Trump in the 1980s, and it really just plays into light that Donald Trump has always been like this. It's just people haven't noticed it. Like,
I don't know if that's
there is this idea that, like, you know, when he was like going through The Apprentice, that he was this businessman, brilliant businessman that knew what was going on. The reality is no, that is not how that works, right? The reality is that he has been largely incompetent, but born under an extremely rich family that has enabled him ridiculous amounts of success. That's the reality. And people don't want to admit that.
How many casinos did this guy bankrupt again? I mean, we got Trump
Yeah,
University, which is
serious
a blatant
incompetence. It literally is just incompetence. Like, but when you're born into a really, really rich family, you can kind of be incompetent and get away with it.
I don't know, man. I mean, the reason I don't subscribe to what you're saying right now is just because I don't think it's that simple.
I think it is.
You don't think it's like simple that like money can get you very far?
No, but I think it's more complicated than just saying he's in this position, therefore.
Yeah, it's just ignorant as hell to say
I
that.
think
Honestly,
he's in this position, and the reason why we think he's not very intelligent is like many of the reasons we gave. Right? We can look at how he speaks. We can look how he acts. Right? We can look at like what past teachers have talked about him. These things all seem to be like important on whether or not we're gonna like maybe try to identify if someone's intelligent or not. And like you can point at their actions, but like we're giving rebuttals that like the actions that you're pointing to don't seem to be like super well correlated with being intelligent, right? I'd take like their ability to speak and what they say to be more indicative of how intelligent they are versus like where they find themselves in like the political landscape.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. I feel like the politics of the situation is what makes it very difficult to come to a more concise conclusion.
What are you saying? It's like politically biased what we're doing?
I mean, it could.
And that's why we're saying Trump's stupid.
Not necessarily, but I mean, it's just one of those things where it's hard to like come to a good answer without like people having issues with the answer. I'm sure in like 20 years from now or 30 years it'll be a different story, but
the MAGA cult will be weaker in 30 years, but I'm going to be saying the same thing in 30 years. I'll be real.
I don't even know if they'll still exist.
How old are you?
Yeah, honestly.
First Amender, I got a question for you, my man.
What you got?
You have an upcoming debate with Rachel Wilson on feminism that keeps getting delayed.
Yeah. She has a bad medical condition with asthma, apparently.
Yeah.
That's what I've been told.
Oh man, asthma sucks. Oh, I hate that shit so much. Ugh.
Who is this, Rachel?
Rachel Wilson is Andrew Wilson's wife.
Yeah.
You ever debated before?
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of times.
Very hateful.
I didn't know that he had a
person.
wife that debated.
Very hateful person, by the way.
She is a.
I mean, I could only guess.
Also,
Have you guys seen the Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Don't give it away. Don't give it away, Daniel.
Not even.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Don't give away my trump card.
But not only be like married to Andrew Wilson, but be willing to have like be online and be knowingly
Where
does the term
related.
Check out her Twitter.
card come from?
She's got a Twitter. You should check out her Twitter. It is wild.
I mean, it's the same shit as any regular fucking like conservative Republican that be doing this political shit. Like it's the same shit. Different person.
Republicans nowadays are on some wild shit.
I've watched her videos. It's the same shit, different person. That's all it is.
Yeah, Republicans are on some wild shit right now.
The average Republican isn't calling for women to have.
I did not say average Republican. Did not say that. I said a Republican and conservative that's in the political sphere that's doing YouTube commentary right now. That's what I said. I did not say an average Republican. An average Republican is not like that at all. Trust me. Like I have Republican friends that are very calm and they're not crazy. Like.
First Amender, I wanted to ask that what was the? Do you remember any? Did James give you like any hints on like what the topic was going to be about? I'm curious on the
with Rachel Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's is contemporary feminism helping or harming women?
So what would be like the questions that she would ask you, or what would be the questions you would ask her?
She believes that feminism comes from the occult, despite understanding who Mary Wollstonecraft is, which I don't really understand how you could logically come to the conclusion that it comes from the occult when you're aware of Mary Wollstonecraft.
So when you say occult, are you saying a cult, or are you saying occult? Like from O? Occult. Okay, gotcha.
That makes no sense.
She has a book that's called Occult Feminism. Okay.
Yeah, occult. Yeah.
I mean, it literally goes back to like like literally the occult of like the.
Did you read it
19th
too,
century.
Daniel?
Yes, I did.
It's idiotic, isn't it?
It's crazy. Yes, it's
It's
just
like
an
a
amazingly
schizophrenic
crazy
rant.
book.
Like I'm just like, what is happening? Like none of this follows. She just is like pairing up patterns that don't even like pair up, and she's like, yeah, it's this, and I'm like, okay, crazy lady.
If she had more cats and less husbands, she'd be a crazy cat lady. At least she found someone who would marry her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a whole other story. That's
That's a whole other can of worms right there.
You're a match made in heaven,
I'm like,
or
you're
whatever
hell.
pit they come from.
Well, I think it's a match made in hell, but you know.
That's that's what I was saying.
Match made in, I don't know, like Jesus would just be like shaking his head at this couple, like, bruh.
Yeah.
Jesus would just like look at him and be like, "Holy crap, you guys are hateful. Oh God, so gross. Don't say my name."
So Amanda, I would say that some of the obvious questions from the debate prompt would be like, feminism tells women to fuck around. Feminism supports abortion. Feminism is depraved for women. So because we're specifically talking about women in this debate.
I've mathematically proved that that feminism helps women.
Gotcha.
I've proven it mathematically. I'm not kidding, and I'll provide it, in time for the debate. But I don't want to give too much.
Gotcha. So I would probably agree that pornography was probably going to be a big part of the feminism debate. Would you disagree with that or no?
Pornography?
Why?
It will.
It definitely will be.
It
I
definitely
guarantee
will
will
be.
bring
so
up
random.
I mean,
100% it will be.
That is so random.
She will bring up
100%
no. She will bring up OnlyFans. She was brought
that's
up in almost
pornography.
every debate
Well,
she's
no.
done.
What she's mainly going to bring up is the fact that the women's liberation movement basically turned women into hoes. Then she's going to bring up porn and how everyone's addicted to it because of liberalism, because of all of this, because of feminism, and it's just going to be a whole tangent.
or something?
Who's the she? Who's the she?
I just think that
Rachel
the negative things that come from pornography is often the parts where it becomes illegal and the women can't actually have any rights because they're doing something illegal, such as with prostitution. A lot of the negative outcomes are caused by that, but also you could still have a trad relationship if there are prostitutes. I'm sorry, you can go do that, right? And I also think that sex work is real work. I do.
Yeah, you could. What do you mean?
Wait, Amanda, that's fine.
Hold on.
Wait, hang
People are
on.
prostitutes doesn't mean that you can't
Not that
have
prostitutes
trad
exist.
There is
Go have a trad relationship. The prostitute isn't stopping you
Hold on.
from
Break
having a
down to-
trad relationship. I'm sorry, it's not.
Hold on. Break down to me how the hell you're a traditional prostitute. You're not going to be.
No, not that way.
Prostitutes in the world.
No, I'm saying
but
that
you can
a
still have a
woman
traditional
decides
relationship.
to do one thing, right? Doesn't impede you from living a trad life. Go live your trad life. Who cares?
Yeah,
You're not hurting
gay
anybody.
marriage doesn't stop you from living a trad life.
But a trad life kind of oppositely. Is this trad person a prostitute? Now I'm getting confused.
Hold on.
No,
Okay,
other people being prostitutes does not mean you can't have a trad relationship.
Let's try it this way. Let me try it.
No, we don't need to try it. We got the point down. Okay.
Yeah. We're good. That was it. Yeah.
All right. Well.
Okay, Amanda.
It doesn't need to be. It's not that complex. It's very simple.
Yeah. I just thought he was talking about the person itself. That's it.
I think you just misheard it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amanda, quick point though. This doesn't actually answer the question. She wouldn't say I can have a trad life and other people can be prostitutes. Her viewpoint would be that being a prostitute is wrong, right? The women that are prostitutes, majority of them are lying to themselves that they're happy. If they say that.
I mean, I think that there are men who possess talents that will be natural on the behalf that they are men. For example, they will be physically stronger, faster, whatever. And so, it would be easier for them to get specific jobs. And a woman and her attractiveness is also a feature that is specific to women that they can take advantage of. And if a woman decides to do that, I don't think we should look at them as oh, you're a horrible person or whatever. I think that's their decision and they want to make that decision. That's their right. It's their body. I don't believe that we should be forcing these women or demonizing them, right? I think it's bad to do so.
But I feel like what she's going to argue is she's going to say it's your right to be a hoe then. Is that what I feel like that's what she's going to say.
Yeah, it's your right to be a hoe. Yeah.
I have
you can go be a hoe. It's okay. Right?
Yeah.
You can live a trad life and not be a hoe. That's fine. Go do that.
Amanda, I have a
Nobody's stopping you. Sorry.
I have a legitimate question. I don't mean this in a rash way. If your daughter wanted to be a prostitute,
Jesus.
Oh my.
Would you be fine with that?
I would love my daughter no matter what she does. As long as she's not hurting other people, you do you. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Because my dilemma with that is like, you know, I'm fine with like other people being prostitutes or whatever. I don't really care about that. But if it was like my child, then I would be like, what's your
I don't want my child to be a prostitute.
You know, Penguin, I've been asked this specific thing, and I do have kids, and I do have a daughter.
Oh yeah.
Let's ask you.
How would you
think about it? What do you think about it?
Because my answer is, you know, once I raise my kids, they're going to be intelligent enough to understand what they want to do with their lives, right? And as long as they're safe, as long as they're not hurting themselves or others, whatever they want to do is fine with me.
That's a cop-out answer.
No, it's not.
It's not a cop-out answer.
It's exactly the answer.
I completely
The thing is, it's
agree
not
with
up to me. No, but it's not up to me after I raise my kids to decide what they're going to do. It's not up to me, just like it's not up to my parents to decide for me what I'm going to do. I'm a grown-up. I make my own decisions. Okay, that's all. It's all you can hope for your child, right? Unless you're a controlling freak, in which case I don't know. I don't want to be a controlling freak.
I completely agree with you.
That's my mom. She's gotten better, but she used to be a super control freak. Like it was so bad. Like I wasn't allowed to go past the 6th house on the block until I was like 12.
Damn.
I wasn't allowed to I didn't have a phone until like high school, or well, a practical phone I should say. I also wasn't.
It's good.
Like if I wanted to go literally anywhere, including the backyard.
Sayer the Canadian.
I would have to tell them.
Frista says, "Good afternoon, Amender." Sayer the Canadian Proud says, "How are you doing today?" I'm doing great. Sayer also says, "You have 502 subs now. You just need the watch time, and then you can get $100 super chats." I'm actually already applied to be monetized. I'm just waiting to be approved. So we'll get $100 super chat.
My mom would
one step
if I
closer.
was in the bathroom for more than like 5 minutes, which you know you kind of do when you're shitting. She would take the key and open the door.
Speak for yourself.
Wow.
Because she's afraid I'm gonna die or something.
Wait, I was gonna say, hang on.
On the
It depends
toilet?
on what age you are. Wait, no, stop. Hang on. It depends on the age, because it is fair for very small children. Locks on the door can be a safety hazard. So what you do
We
is
found the
you have
overbearing mom. We found the overbearing mom.
Well, the first time she did it, I think was like when I was like 5 or 6.
Most
That's when
3-year-olds aren't taking a shit on the toilet.
Yeah, because that's when I started using the big toilet, right? And then the last time she did it was like when I was 11, and I was like really fucking pissed at her when she did that, because I was like, you know, hey, like get the fuck out of here.
We don't always have to both sides an issue. Promise you.
Yeah. No,
Well,
but
look,
that's the thing though. It's like she just has this like fear that like any little thing could be the death of me. And she was always that type of person too. Whenever it came to like me asking, oh, could I go like camping with friends, or could I go like hang out with these people at the mall or something? It was always like, well, what if there's a mass shooting? Well, what if there's a bear attack? What if there's a plane that flies out of the sky and crashes? It's like it's just so fucking stupid and redundant that it's like.
I mean, hey, this last year a plane did fall out of the sky and basically hit a mall, so that one's valid.
And that's what really led to me being like, because you have some children that will just like lie over and take that, right? Like they're not gonna, they'll just accept it because you know what do they know? But then you have me and a lot of other kids like me who did not like that and would often fight back against it, and that's why I have a really strange relationship with my mom right now, because you know that's just how she presented to me, and I don't really forgive her for it, because I think you really tried to make me what you wanted me to be, but not just raise me into being who I should be.
Penguin, can I ask how old you are right now?
I am the modest, the ripe old age or young age of 21.
Gotcha.
Oh, nice.
Old.
I think Amanda is
What the fuck? That's not old.
Yeah, you're old.
I don't know,
Penguin.
man.
No one said old.
Listen, man,
That's
I don't
very
want to feel like I'm old, but every time, like when I went to start running this morning, like my ankle, like my ankle just felt like it was about to fall apart until like I got in the rhythm.
Welcome to old age.
And then
Dude, when I was
another thing,
23,
every time I bring up
only
like
goes downhill
Breaking
from here.
Bad, if I bring up like Breaking Bad or regular show, people are like, oh yeah, that show came out like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and it's like, bro, come on now, come on.
Don't worry, I bring out mash. Okay, so people say mash, mash
No,
what?
not
Mashed potatoes.
not mash. No, not mash.
I'm telling you
I
about
got
myself,
Disney
right?
films
It's
on
like if I bring
22,
out mash,
so-
people are like mash what? What is that?
We doing the Halloween, the mash, the dance? Are we mashing?
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yes, right.
My food is ready.
So busting it down.
I will be right back. I gotta go get my food.
Yeah, go get that rice.
You should be starving.
Yeah.
Why are you eating?
I haven't ate anything today.
So go on a fast for stream.
Yeah.
Fristas says one thing that you learn really, really, really quickly when you become a parent is exactly how much your parents were just winging it. I don't even have kids, and I know my parents were just winging it.
Yeah, I feel like that's really how it is with a lot of parents. But I mean,
Nobody knows what it means to.
I mean,
to be a
Daniel, you
parent.
had no fucking clue how to raise your kids from day one, right?
Nobody does.
And I can tell you because I have to.
Or first kid, I should say.
And I can tell you a thing. It's like once you have your first child,
Should you know
and
Astro?
things, you're just like constantly
two
like in
kids.
panic mode. The second kid is so much easier. It's like when we had our second kid, like everything was extremely easy. It's like, oh, you just do this and do that, and it's like was like so much easier. It's because nobody teaches you how to do stuff. Nobody prepares you for like the real things. You know?
How do you change a diaper? Where did you learn that?
Oh, changing a diaper is extremely easy. If you think changing the diaper is the hard part, you're just wrong. That's not
scary.
Like
Yeah,
feeding them.
puking
Feeding
them
them is
out.
one of the biggest issues, right? It's like, and especially when they go from like milk to like regular food, and it's like it's just a hassle, right? And it's I don't know. It's like after our first kid, we had such an easy time with the second, knowing how to prepare the food, how to store it. We weren't as like crazy about every little thing, you know. So yeah, I don't know. With our first kid, it was like way harder.
Having kids sounds hard. I'm not gonna lie.
It is.
It can be.
I mean, I was telling people like yesterday because a lot of people don't know what it is to like to have a kid, right? It's like how many things in your life you're kind of taking for granted, and once you have a kid, it's just like you can't do them anymore, right? Like for example, just leaving the house. If you don't have kids, leaving the house is an easy thing, right? You're just dressing yourself and just going out the door, right? And it's like you just left the house. You can't do it with your kids, right? It's like if you have kids, first of all, you can't live alone, especially if they're like super young, okay? Because you can't leave them alone in the house because it's like they're probably gonna fucking kill themselves, right? And if you have to live with them, it's just like constant, like, come on, it's like, did you put your trousers on? What do you mean you can't find your trousers? Where were they last time? On me. It's like, come on, it's just, what?
I remember once.
Okay, just you know.
This is what I was in
like
high
everything
school.
is just, it's like, and especially if there's two of them, it's like the constant is like, oh, she did this, no, he did that, well, she doesn't leave me alone, well, he hit me.
Hey, I wanted to sit in that chair, damn it. My sister had a problem with it, and it was her fault, man. Come on now.
Dude, and then it's like you go out, it's like, and then they rush. I want to be the first to open the door. He didn't let me open the door first. And it's like, god damn it, man.
My toddler
It's like,
has cried because I flushed the toilet before she could.
I remember once when I started puberty around like 9 years old, 8 years old, I showed my mom the hair that I was growing.
I do
on
not
my
believe
balls.
he has kids.
And
hey, Cora, come here.
And she was like, "Oh wow, you're getting puberty." And my sister was like, "Oh, what do you mean?" And she was on the outside of the tent, right? So she didn't see or hear.
Yeah.
And then I just mentioned to her, "I got hair on my balls."
Yeah.
And then she was just like so disgusted and like horrified at the
That's your little brother, dude.
And I don't know. I still think vaginas look weird. Don't get me wrong. Like my first experience seeing one was my sister's, right? Because we like bathed together when we were young and stuff.
Dude, vaginas are disgusting. Dicks are so much better.
And my mom told me that a vagina was just an inside-out penis. So I would always try to when I was younger, I would try to like push my penis inside out.
I got one.
Daniel,
Wouldn't it be cool?
do you tell your kids about like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all that stuff?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
Is that a
yeah,
thing
Astro.
where you...
Astro or Daniel.
Yep.
I mean, it's like we kept it for as long as we need to. I mean, if they're gonna ask me, it's like, oh, is it real? It's like, yeah, I'm just not. Okay, so it's like I didn't really care that much, to be very frank with you. I'm more about like, you're gonna receive presents. We can get into like a thing where you're like writing some letters to Santa, but it's like I'm not gonna just straight up lie.
We don't do the letter writing thing or anything like that either. But we don't go out of our way to say, hey, this isn't real. But once my oldest turned 8, I asked her, like, all right, let's really think about this Santa thing, right? Like, let's really think about it. And let's sit down and have a conversation about critical thinking and how to tell us something may or may not be real.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll be honest. It's like I never had this discussion about Santa. I had it about God. Okay, so I was just like,
no.
Well, so
that's oh my goodness.
Awful people.
Okay, I'm just saying because it's like my in-laws are like extremely religious. My father-in-law is a priest. Okay, so
you literally have to be like, okay, listen, hold on.
And I was like, okay, so it's like you're saying you have this angel, right? Because it's like we have this prayer, which is called My Little Angel or something like that. Like everybody has like an angel that watches over them. And I was like, okay, so let's imagine it's like you have this guardian angel, right? Where is it? It's like where? It's like he's around it, but it's like invisible. It's like, so if it's invisible, it's like how do you know it's there, right? So just like simple questions, right? And I wasn't saying like it doesn't exist necessarily, but just like just ask yourself, is that really something you should believe? Right? Is it believable or not?
You don't want to tell them like these things aren't real because that's not teaching them actual thinking skills. You're doing the same thing in reverse as what you're trying to fight against in a sense.
Yeah.
So you just give them the skills and talk about like, okay, what is evidence? What's good evidence? What's bad evidence? What's a reasonable thing to imagine?
Bro,
critical thinking, and it's a lot better to teach your kids than just dogma.
Oh,
my
you guys
mom really tried to keep the memory of Santa alive within my sister and I until it was like overwhelmingly evident that Santa was not real.
I don't see the point.
How old were you?
You can teach him dogma, but you gotta teach him critical thinking as well. That's the point.
I think the point where I really believed that he wasn't real is probably when I was 13 or 14.
Wait, you were still thinking he was real at 13?
Well, yeah, because my mom
was
still,
like 12,
my
yeah.
mom. Okay, so my mom did those
12.
letter things, right? She did that, and then she also did like we have this thing.
Is she a helicopter parent? Is she a helicopter?
We also do this thing in my family where, like our at-home Christmas celebration for presents and stuff, we have stockings which are from Santa. like it'll be one for my mom, one for my dad, one for my sister and I, and one for the dogs, and one for each dog and then one for the cat. And that was from Santa, right? And I remember once I asked for coal for Christmas once, and I didn't get coal because my parents didn't feel like going through the effort of getting me coal. Instead, they got me these like candy things that were kind of
the coal candies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got those too.
Oh, they're
nasty. It's like licorice.
So yeah, but I believed it like up until like I want to say like 13 because when I was 13 I remember like talking. I was talking to people on the bus one day about it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you believe it's Santa?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Okay, but like, how could you believe in a man flying with flying reindeer?"
Let me fix the chroma
What do
key.
you mean? He's real.
Like Rudolph, bro. Rudolph. Rudolph.
You got Dasher and Dancer and Prancer.
Bro, his
and
nose
Vixen.
glows. Come on now. You mean to tell me those reindeers' noses aren't glowing red? What?
Yeah, bro. What is this world I live in? I don't want to live in it anymore. No.
Oh man.
Yeah, but
so weird.
No, I
Your
have
parents seem to be weird, man.
It's not so much my parents.
Last one I thought
actually.
was
It's more
real
like my
was Tooth Fairy
mom.
because they gave me money.
Let's eat.
Because my dad's more like way more reasonable. My mom is the crazy one.
Oh, what am I eating?
How did he
the
marry
chroma
her?
key. Hold on. Let me turn
Yeah,
off
you're
the
eating
chroma.
your game apparently.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
eating
honestly,
my game. Hold on.
I think the reason my dad married my mom was just because they were
I'll turn off the
associated
chroma
with
key for
each
just a
other
second.
more than like
Yeah, so
they
you can
liked
see
each other
it's-
that much.
Just like a.
What did you make?
It's kind of like a mixy.
They were like
bowl.
straight logic.
At the bottom, it's meat and
Sort of.
rice. So that's what I'm having.
I mean, they almost divorced at one point. I mean, they used to freaking when I was younger, they used to argue over like every little thing, and they would like it was just. And honestly, half the time,
Was there
like,
a point where you wish they divorced? Because I had a point where I did. I was like, just fucking get it done with. You guys hate each other. Don't stay together for me.
I mean, it rarely ever, cause like neither of my parents are like physically abusive, right? So it's not like none of them like hurt each other or anything. But like there were a few times where like my dad broke the stove once. My mom broke like we had this like separate area for our trash in the kitchen. She broke the door off that.
Oh man.
There was one time where she threw, I think it was like it was something about a baseball. I don't remember what it was, but she threw the baseball at my dad's car, and it caused death. Yeah, but no, yeah.
That must have made a nice sound. I bet you remember that sound vividly.
They used to just argue like over every little fucking thing when I was younger.
We were
like my sister.
My
and I
parents were
hated
too
so
poor
much.
to like break stuff. They were like, bro, if we break stuff, we gotta buy it. And we just don't got the money.
Yeah. My parents screamed at each other. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean we were poorer when I was younger. I mean we
My
had to
mom-
rely on the food bank several times. But
My mom wanted to divorce my dad, but then he died.
that's
Damn.
crazy. That's crazy.
It's kind of like forced divorce, you know.
That's
No,
one
but
way.
he died from cancer. Like it
He
was-
accidentally died. Yes, we know. It's like
Oh.
No.
a flower
no.
pot fell on his head. A black car rammed him in the streets.
He accidentally got stabbed with an ice pick.
Exactly.
In the back of his head, you know.
Pushed him in the leg.
Yeah.
He just rolled there.
That's what Mom told me anyway.
Over and over and over again.
Oh man.
Whenever she was mad at me, she would say, "Remember what happened to your dad when he accidentally stabbed himself in the back of his head with an ice pick."
Don't do
Why
what he
you
did.
never disobey me.
Don't do it also. Your father's son.
He shot himself 3 times in the head.
3 times.
From behind.
Yeah, somehow he did it from behind. Real
Yeah.
weird.
No.
He was very, very talented.
2 times in
How
the
do you
heart
do
from
that
the
with a
front, and
shotgun?
1 time in the back of the head.
Like, how do you do that with a
Classic
shotgun? Long
suicidal.
rifle.
Yes.
You see, he had an elaborate system of pulleys and strings.
I mean, but they need to be made of something that actually destroys itself after that, right? So you don't leave any trace of the whole thing.
Oh.
So I don't know how you do it exactly. Might not be that easy.
I'm hungry. Hey, Alicia, you want to make that mac and cheese for lunch?
Definitely have to 3D
You
print parts and
sexist
put it on a motor.
pig. You sexist pig patriarch.
Who? Me?
Did you just ask her to make you
Yeah,
a sandwich?
you.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you
god.
sexist.
Yes.
Listen,
He asked her
listen.
to make mac and cheese.
Hey.
I'm not asking her to make mac
Labor.
and cheese because I'm a man. I'm asking her to make mac and cheese because I'm dying.
You're dying.
That's what I
Going
hate
with
about
the
Fine,
emotional.
don't feed the cancer patient.
I know you have cancer, but you actually go to work with it, and you seem to have a normal life.
That's why
I've gone to work one day this last week because my spleen has been so big.
I mean, Astro, I gotta say, that's the ultimate card to play, right? Whenever it's like they don't listen to you
Yeah,
or
I
something.
feel like you
know,
could
it's like-
milk the heck out of that and actually
Yeah.
justify it.
I know I would.
I totally would.
And in some
Definitely.
situations, I totally do because it's funny, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you ask them to do something completely unreasonable, and they're like, "Listen, I will throw this at you." I was like, "I will post on Facebook that you're abusing a cancer patient. I swear to God."
Now I feel like an asshole for saying these things to him. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, dude. Listen. I have had cancer for 26 years. I am 26 years old. It is funny
I know.
at this point.
I know you. We spoke
Damn.
about it. Yeah.
Damn.
My dad had cancer
It's
for like
just that
only
at this
3
moment,
years
it's
and he
not him
died.
having cancer. It's kind of like the cancer having him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
wild because
Wow.
like Astro is like such a good person, and it's like it's just wild that like,
Astro, just-
he has to go through that.
just
whereas,
get a-
like, horrible, legitimately horrible people are just like perfectly healthy. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, in the meantime,
No,
Trump is just
Astro-
like eating unhealthy and doing every shit thing possible under the sun. He doesn't have a
Astro,
thing.
just get
Like,
this.
Astro, I've said this about you before,
Maybe
Astro,
high
but I'll
blood
say
pressure, and that would be it.
Wait, Astro, just get this surgery where you replace your, what's this thing inside the bone called in English?
Bone marrow. I am.
Bone marrow.
I'll be having that done within the next year. We gotta get my spleen to an asymptomatic size because with it being so large, it's causing a lot of issues. And when they remove my bone marrow, it will inflate in size again because it's going to pick up production of white blood cells in the time between the old bone marrow and the new bone marrow fully grafting.
So how big is yours?
Last time it was measured, it was at 30 centimeters.
I also
have no idea if it's big or small.
I don't know the average size of a spleen.
The average size of a adult spleen is between 12 and 15 centimeters.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, if he's close to the size of my dick, it's pretty big, okay, for a spleen.
Oh, that thing's huge.
Yeah,
big ass
actually, here,
spleen,
watch
dog.
it. You want to see how big it is? I got.
Oh no, I don't want to see it.
I don't know how big it is.
Okay, show it to the class. Show it to the class.
Show it to. Oh my God.
Can you see it?
God.
Hold on, let me
Yeah.
You see that bump right there?
Yeah.
That bump and then all of this from here all the way around, it's all super hard right there. That's all my spleen. And then you can kind of see once I get here, it gets squishy. That's
cool.
my intestines, and
not showing
then
that.
no squish.
No, stop, dude, stop. Just,
I
just
also
do
had
that.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
I'm not showing that. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you don't have to show that. You don't have to show that.
That was that. Yeah, it was just Astro's belly. We're just gonna leave that be.
Astro looks
That's
like a
okay.
girl, man.
Here, I can give you.
We all had X-ray vision and just stared
Let's
at
take
it.
more
In all
estrogen.
honesty, Astro did show his penis, so you don't have to lie to your people on YouTube, okay, Amanda?
It's funny.
Astro, you showed your penis on show? What the
Here,
fuck?
I can. That's for normal people
funny.
to understand. Because I have the CT scan too. I can show, but that doesn't. Most people don't like conceptualize how big it is on a picture.
Wait, what's big?
Dude, once I had kidney stones and
Exactly what you
like
think.
my fucking
Oh.
yeah, I had kidney stones once and that was so painful. Like
Look, you don't
more
wanna
painful
look.
than
Kidney
just-
kidney stones can be extremely painful. I mean, depending on how big and irregular the stone is. Holy
Mine
moly.
was 1 centimeter.
Bro.
One was centimeter stone. It got stuck, and I needed like ultra like sound.
No, I'm
high
definitely.
To break it down,
therapy.
right? Yeah, to break it
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's.
And I was
Yeah.
like 23 or something.
Did they at least give you
It's-
pain?
No, these
Yeah.
things like
Sweet
I know that
Jesus.
on a pain chart, like kidney stones can be among the most painful things somebody can experience.
Yeah.
It was so painful. I was throwing up. Like it was that
Yeah,
painful.
yeah.
Like I was just throwing up.
Yeah, yeah.
What should I do to avoid them?
Don't drink.
Don't
Red
drink
Bull,
dark
don't
sodas.
Don't eat
Don't
stones.
drink
That's
soda.
Don't tell me
Don't
that.
drink Red
Aren't
Bull.
there a few? Can't you be genetically predisposed?
Wait, I do all of those things.
Yeah. Yes.
Like,
yeah,
you
they-
can be.
So addicted to Coca-Cola.
I've never had
I
a
thought it
kidney
had more to do
stone.
with your genetics than your
Jaeger bomb.
than what
Well,
you eat.
so
There-
it's
there is
both, right?
something-
Like diet's
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
matter,
No,
and
no.
like how you break down
Sometimes-
things is gonna matter.
You know, sometimes
How
there's a
to
condition.
get kidneys.
There's a condition called cystinuria, and this is when your acid level is very high in your urine, and that forms stone. But this is not calcium oxalate stones; these are uric acid stones. But most of it is diet and not drinking enough water. Like a human should drink at least 2 liters a day.
Not drinking enough water.
diabetes.
People who live in warm, dry climates who sweat a lot. People.
There's-
too much protein, too much sugar. Too
Holy
much sodium.
shit! Look at his stomach.
That's a more
Good
friendly
stuff,
view. That big gray mass is my spleen. There's a side and a front view of it.
That sucks.
Why does that happen?
Oh wow,
Is that,
dude.
is that
Wait,
your?
why does that happen?
Is that the beginning of your dick I see right there too?
Probably.
Dude,
Oddly
wow.
enough, in the CT scan, because
That's
I
so-
have the full like video, quote unquote, of the CT scans
Why
moving
did
through.
that happen?
I mean, you wish it was as big as your spleen, right?
I do.
Yeah.
My penis is definitely
Wait.
not the size of my spleen. I
But why
wish
did
I could
this
split
happen?
that.
How did we get
would.
here?
Can I
How
just
did we
tell
get
you right
here?
now?
He
Right?
he
If I
would.
had to
He
give
would.
you,
If he were to choose, he would swap the sizes.
let me just tell
Exactly.
you. Let me just
How-
tell you.
how did this
My penis is painfully average. It is extremely average. It is
Same.
like if you just pulled up like an encyclopedia, like male penis, and then you just like saw like the diagram of it, that's my penis.
Why
But no, this happened.
It's not big. It's not small. It's just painfully average. It really is.
No. So this happened.
No, I want to share it with you. I want you to know the size of my penis.
Wants to
share his penis with us.
You know what you're getting
Did you
into.
forget you're streaming?
Is that
I want you all
bad?
to know.
It needs to be a matter of public record, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is now public record.
YouTube ads thinking about monetizing you and watching your lives.
And yeah, they're just like, we can't.
That glass is huge.
Their finger
It
was
so
over the
huge.
button.
It was the glass.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I feel like if Alex Stein could get monetized, I'm sure I could get monetized, right? Like, am I crazy in saying that? Like, come on.
True.
There's some crazy shit on YouTube, I will say that.
So
You know
why
what I
is
found
this
out
so
too?
big,
You know what I found out? There's some really crazy shit on
Painfully
Steam
average.
now. Steam used to be kind of, I guess, PG-ish. Not quite.
Steam?
Yeah, bro. I found out there's like all kinds of crazy porn games on it now.
Bro, I gotta ask a question to Dr. Penguin.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Dr. Penguin.
Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, you should see that. You
What is
can have
Dr.
sex with an owlbear.
Dr. Penguin.
Yeah.
Dr.
There's
Penguin.
some crazy stuff on there, bro. I was like, wow.
How's it going with the recent taxes by the United States on you?
What?
Like they've been making taxes high as hell.
What do you mean recent taxes? What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Tariffs.
I don't fucking know. Yeah, you
Yeah,
know, I gotta
bro,
say,
they've
you know,
been
what, this is one thing I'll say about politics in general. People say things in the news, but it doesn't really transpire as much as people like to believe it would.
What do you mean?
Just give it a little time. Those
Like
supply-
literally wait
for
3
example,
more weeks.
For
Wait 3 more
example.
weeks,
Bro,
Penguin.
literally just
For
increase
example,
the tariffs.
they said that prices would go up and stuff, and so far I've seen them kind of just plateau. I mean, they gone up a little bit, I guess.
Some
Gas
prices
is
have
just-
gone
but-
They're still going
Gas
through
went up.
inventory.
But
Wait a few more
eggs
weeks.
are going down in my area. Well, yeah, eggs are going
Wait
down in
a
my
few
area.
more weeks, Penguin.
Meat's going down.
If nothing changes, this is going to get really bad, right? The problem is that there's current known inventory.
Amanda, this is
Fishes
what I
are
believe.
not hit.
I'll believe it when I see it. That's what I believe.
Alright, well, you're gonna
do
see
you
it.
think you, like,
It's
do you
gonna
think you
happen.
come to like
Radio
reasonable?
Can you see
do you think
radio
you come
waves
to reasonable
raining
beliefs?
The politics of each situation just makes it difficult to determine anything.
Do you believe
Yeah,
you
that's
can
true,
make
that's true.
Is it
beliefs about the future, like accurate beliefs
possible?
about the future?
Yeah,
It-
prediction.
I have a
both
Diablo
see
question for
possible now.
Daniel. Daniel,
And they said he
is
wouldn't
it possible
win,
to
yet he did.
unsocket an item?
Nope.
Okay, so once it's socketed, that's it.
Wait a second, because I think they changed it. I think they changed
Clear
it.
it, I thought,
think you
right?
can unsocket. Yeah, let me look it up because this is the resurrected one.
What do you guys mean suck
You
it and
gotta,
unsuck it?
you gotta spend gold for it. Premium currency.
What? I died to what?
I need
So
to
did you put
understand,
gems
what do you mean
in it?
suck it?
Summoning Necros.
Yeah. I was just curious if you can or not.
Yeah.
What do you mean by
can.
suck it?
Socket.
So you need to
put gems
in the cube. You need to put the item. You need to put a scroll of town portal and a hell rune. Yeah,
And
a
it'll
rune that's called
unsocket
hell.
an item?
It will unsocket an item. Yes, it will
I don't
remove the
think you
gem
get the socketed
from
items
the socket.
back, though.
I'm gonna sock
Right.
you if you keep talking.
All right, thank you.
I don't think you get whatever you socketed back.
But you're gonna lose the gem, just so you know.
Yeah.
You would just like remove everything that's in the socket, and you will have the
You're gonna
item
lose
that.
fair
I
enough.
don't know.
Fair enough.
Weird.
I was just
Why
curious.
is it wrong?
I was just curious. Thank you.
Oh, you got me
Yeah.
on
If you keep
one
being
like
curious,
box
I'm gonna
now.
have to do some things.
I've actually not regretted a single socket yet, so.
Okay, wait. I have a legitimate question for everyone here.
Shoot.
How do you make prime rib?
You can make it in a lot of different ways. Why?
Because I have a thing of prime rib that I want to make today.
Are you grilling it?
Can you grill prime rib? Is that something you could do?
Yes, you can
Yeah.
grow prime
Yes,
rib,
you can.
but most people prefer it like a low and slow method.
Okay, Yeah,
do you
like
do
some
that?
barbecue
What's
and
the
just
easiest
a nice
way?
rub. A nice rub and some dank ass barbecue sauce, Sweet Baby Ray's.
Sweet baby
Yeah, we
Ray.
got some of that.
do
But
like
no,
Sweet
but like
Baby Ray.
the oven thing though, I think that's.
Bro,
what
that
do.
deals
But
so
do
much
you-
damage.
Do you have to use those like I think they're called butcher ties or cooking ties or whatever?
Yeah.
I guess you don't, but like
those string things.
it'll fall apart and it can fall in, but you don't have to.
Well, what?
Yeah, I
will
would
it,
just
like,
not want to risk a rib.
Will it severely affect it
All right,
if I
so-
don't? Because I don't have any of
I
them.
mean, typically what I've
I think it should be
done
good.
is, I mean, like obviously if you want it to be like pull off the bone, it takes a lot longer. I think it's like 4 or 5 hours, and you just basically cook it really slow in an oven. I think it's like 250. I could be wrong on these numbers, but it's 4 or 5
250,
hours,
300,
about
fine.
250, and then yeah, you just let it go, right in a baking pan covered with foil, shiny side up. And yeah, that ought to do it. Now, the other method is you also want to remove the membrane along the inside of the ribs. There's like a
This is prime
membrane.
rib.
There's like a white membrane that you could just peel
Yeah,
off.
on the other side, yes. You have
And,
to peel it off.
yeah, you have to peel it
really
off.
bad. Yeah.
Otherwise, it won't. It'll be hard. It's not really that great to eat.
And it
so-
won't cook right. Yeah, it'll taste weird.
Yeah, it doesn't cook right,
This
and
is-
also like it can pull the whole ribs. It can like make it.
This
whatever,
is a
it's
prime
like,
rib,
look
not
weird.
not ribs, right, Penguin?
Yeah, prime.
Yeah, this is
It's
prime
like-
rib.
it
This
says
is a
so
type
on
of
the
steak.
package.
What?
Oh,
Prime rib. It's a type of steak.
you're talking about like a slab steak.
I was thinking ribs.
Kind of.
Sort of. I mean, I've only ever had prime rib once, and it was at a hotel.
Prime rib is a
this
big
is-
old
this is
steak
something-
covered
this
in
is
a juice
something
sauce.
different.
Yeah, because I have.
This is something different. Yeah, I don't.
So you do it
I would
low
not
and slow
grill it.
till it's at
I'd
temp, usually.
Pan fry
And
it.
then you throw it into a juice sauce and let it sit there till it gets warmed up again. Then you usually sear it off on a griddle.
Yeah, that sounds great. But I
Why
pan fry
does
it
that
easy
deal
hard.
so much damage? Why does that deal so much damage? Why does that stupid fire deal so much damage? He like looks in
What are
my
you fighting
general
right now?
direction, and I go from
Fail?
we got
Well, what's the easiest method?
The easiest method is to thaw it out, get some juice sauce, throw it into the juice sauce for like 5 minutes, and then it's called a jus. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I can't.
I think the way you're supposed to pronounce this is aju.
Yeah, a jus.
How you
That's what I'm saying, a jus. Just
How do the French say it?
God, phrasing.
yeah, I didn't pick the name.
What's a Jew?
hell out of here.
I don't know, man.
The way the French say it is
the thing.
ougie. That's how the French say it.
Yeah.
Ougie.
A G.
Ougie.
No, I like
Ougie.
I like my pronunciation better, even though it may be confusing.
Jew.
Yeah, don't cook it in a Jew. No, that's
There's
not
an S in-
right.
You're forgetting some. You're forgetting a consonant though when you say that.
I don't care. Fuck it. People understand. Listen.
I didn't know. I don't know what fucking a juice sauce is. A juice sauce.
Well, you didn't know even how to cook the prime rib, so of course you don't know. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of things. You know, believe
Like,
it or not, I'm not an expert in everything. Believe it or not.
I'm not saying you are, but don't be surprised. Like, well, I didn't know what you were saying. Even when I said it right, you wouldn't know. What's the point?
I mean, I guess I would want it to be like your typical prime rib, I guess. Because like I remember this, the first and only time I've had prime rib was like a year ago in Hawaii. It was like really tender and like it cut pretty easy. Like it kind of cut like butter almost, honestly.
Yep. That
Yeah,
is
it was
prime rib's biggest thing. It's one of those cuts of meat that like melts in your mouth. You have it with its little fucking sauce. I'm not saying the name anymore. Fuck you, Penguin.
The way you say it is a juice.
Hey, Daniel, what is with these demons that just like do a fire and just delete your health?
And then I like mine medium rare.
Yeah. Well, but I guess okay. So like the one I was thinking of, or that I described, would that be like the oven technique?
They probably used an oven. You can really just cook it on the stovetop, but you gotta get the ajou sauce and you like cook it in the sauce.
I don't have that, man. I'm sorry.
Go to the store.
You know, I'm
You can even
unemployed.
make- no, you can make it.
I don't really
You can
want to
make it by-
spend money if I
Demons
don't
away
have
from me.
to.
So can't you fry it in butter and then you use the sauce that's left over with like a slight reduction? You basically make it yourself. You season the steak correctly.
Let's see.
One thing
Could
I've
be
seen
wrong.
too is
I
like
think that's the
you
basic
put it in,
Yeah, it's
you put
just
it
made
in
out of the
oven.
drippings.
Yeah.
One thing I saw was like you put it in an oven at 500 degrees for like whatever required amount of time per pound.
Yeah, you
And
can
then,
go to Walmart. They sell it in little gravy packets for like $1.
I'm unemployed.
Are you telling me I will send you $1? Like
I have $1. It's just I don't. Since you know they compile like.
I get it. Yeah, $1 cents a snack, man.
Fristes is saying use do sous vide and sear, baby.
There you go.
that's
Sous videing is the best method.
It's not a bad method.
Sous vide.
Sous vide.
Yeah, you.
That's like
do
where
you
you
know how
put
to
it in a
sous
bag,
vide?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's like
you
goes in
vacuum
water.
seal it in a bag and then you cook it in water.
Could you just use like normal bag, like bags?
Yes, you could use a normal bag and
not
like
a normal
flip
bag.
it.
I wouldn't.
You
No?
can.
I wouldn't.
It's fine.
Why?
As long as
Why
you don't.
I'm just saying. Make
Why-
sure it's
why-
heat, make sure it's at least heat resistant, like depending on the plastic type that it is.
Oh, okay.
When it
Well,
mixes,
yeah. You don't
Yeah.
want to eat a bunch of microplastics.
Yeah. Or just like melt it to your steak too. That would suck.
But like, if you have like most Ziploc bags are heat safe. The actual name brand
Depending on the
Ziploc,
plastic.
not.
And sous vide is not like you're
Or,
not
yeah.
boiling it, right? It's like
No.
just below boiling or something.
Correct. You're gonna put it at the like 145 mark.
Okay.
And if you don't have the right bags, my fiance made a great point. You can just go get some cheap vacuum seal bags. Most of those are all heat safe.
God damn it! I really just don't want to travel today. Okay.
Does your
Do you not wanna
your
leave the
parents
house?
have vacuum seal bags?
No, we do not.
Do you have Ziploc bags?
Yes.
What type of Ziploc bags? Like the sandwich bags or the normal like freezer safe type bag?
I mean they're like the. I mean yeah, we have the sandwich ones, but like we have the gallon size ones and the.
The gallon size ones for the temperature
quart-
at should work just fine without leaching a bunch of
Yeah.
crap into your food.
Yeah.
Now your only
Temperature
problem
resistant,
is,
I believe.
do you have a sous vide machine?
Nope. That's not a thing.
So you gotta
Better
stand
get a
there and
straw
you're gonna
and
sit
start
there and
sucking.
like,
I'm probably just
you
gonna
got
put it
to
in the
stand.
oven,
You
to be
will have
honest.
to stand at the oven the whole time, turning the heat up a little bit, turn it down a little bit, turn it up a little bit.
That's funny.
God, that sounds so much work. I just slapped it on a
And-
grill, bro. A nice rub.
I will say too, I don't really.
Me
I
too.
feel
man.
bad.
I
for
like
the-
the grill. The grill's like my favorite. And like, yeah, is it not the softest thing ever? But man, is it tasty.
I don't want
Yeah,
to go
but you can
driving.
do nice and low.
You
I don't wanna go
can, but
driving
it
right
just
now either,
well,
'cause
a grill
I had
is
an
you know,
edible.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of sear in there.
Yeah,
it's
you get
just
that
gonna
nice sear though, but you like leave it and you don't like add to it. You keep it nice, right at that perfect temperature. It gets that crispiness. Oh, it's delicious.
I get you.
Or you throw it up on the top shelf of your grill until you're almost ready to eat it. Then you take it down and sear it.
Yeah, yeah. Give it a cross. So you do the first one way and then do the second the other.
Now,
I think I'm gonna
real
try
question
I'm
is
gonna
if
try to kill Diablo. Here we go.
you got, do you have a smoker at all, Penguin?
Oh, that'd be
I like
fire.
Because if you have a smoker, you can set the smoker to the 175, put a
All right,
probe in
cool.
it, and
Yeah,
just
that
walk
was
away.
pretty quick. I
Did
died
you
right
fight regular
away.
Diablo?
I died right away, guys. I died.
Oh
right
yeah,
away.
yeah. He's a beast.
I died
There's
right
a
away.
fire ring.
Help. Fristas says we're all eating microplastics. It's inescapable at this point. True.
Yeah,
Balls.
it's in the clothes and the food everywhere.
It's in our balls.
All right,
It's in our
so
brains.
I wanted to static
not the
field
brain.
it, but I
It
think
is in the brain, actually.
he's
They
hitting
found microplastics in the brain.
That's wild.
I don't believe you.
I will find the source for you.
They found microplastics everywhere. Do you think that's
Think
what
we
making
eat a
us all?
credit card a
Do
year.
you think that's what's making everybody brain rotted and stupid?
This is
I
the
think
first thing
that's
that
what's
came up
causing cancer
on,
in most people, I think.
This is the first thing that came on in Google, but it's not the study. I'll see if I can find the study. Oh, it might literally be.
Because I think I don't know if they did a
here's
study
the
on
Nature article.
Did they ever do a study article on correlation between the microplastics and cancer? Because I think that could be something with not stomach but intestine cancer. There could be maybe a positive correlation because it's on the rise in many young people.
Well, it might not necessarily be microplastics. The thing that people need to remember is like we do a lot to our own bodies, and there's probably a lot of things that we're doing that is not particularly super healthy.
When it comes to like intestine and colon cancer, you also have to take in the fact that your average person is getting only maybe 2 or 3% of their daily fiber intake.
Yeah, I should
you don't have
probably
to
eat more
ask to
fiber.
put your
I eat
slippers on.
fiber every day. I mean, I don't know.
You're supposed
like,
to be getting up to like 20 grams of fiber a day or something like that.
But where does this like idea of like getting enough fiber like it's being healthy come from? Like, because I did hear like
fiber
from some doctor on
helps you
YouTube
poop.
that it's like based on
Yeah,
some like
fiber
flawed
keeps your
study.
bowels moving correctly and keeps everything coming out
Yeah.
correctly. So without enough fiber, your bowels are going to struggle. They're going to squeeze more. It could cause more damage. Things could sit there longer. And the more strain and damage you do to an organ, the more likely it is to get cancer.
Or like it's mainly also can because by organ like inflammations can then.
Yeah.
So fiber, So fiber is like broccoli or stuff, like or bananas or what, leaves or something like that, right?
Yeah. Most leafy greens you're going to be your highest source of the fiber.
The funny thing is, like after I had kidney stones, the doctor told me not to eat like spinach. How do you say it?
Legumes.
Spinach.
And lentils are really good for fiber.
Spinach because it has like a lot of calcium oxalates and peanuts too.
Yes, but when it comes to just high fiber, lentils is going to be one of your best sources for fibers.
Oh yeah, I love
chia
lentils.
seeds
Yeah.
per
That's really good. Yeah.
like ounce chia seeds are the best.
Oh yeah, beans maybe. Kidney beans.
Beans are on there, but they're kind of low. Beans are nice because you get a bunch of other stuff, and then beans are also just filling, so they prevent you
but
from overeating.
If you think about it, like back in the day, well, maybe we weren't screening people that much for cancer, but back in the day, like people ate more red meat, or like they ate like more meat in general, but somehow the BMI was like more like on the normal side, and they probably
walked
had
more.
like less.
We live more sedentary
Yeah.
lifestyles now.
They walked more. A lot of these guys were working factory jobs.
Because they had less sugar.
Yeah,
Okay.
this
Well,
idea
I
that
don't know. I
us
think it's also
moving.
because of obesity. That's more
Well,
people.
obesity is going to be synonymous to the thing that we're kind of like pointing at, right? Like this is like one of the negative bad outcomes of these changes.
Fristes says, okay, Amanda, hot take. I don't think you would be able to buy or drink highly addictive, highly chemical caffeine-induced drinks like Monster, etc. under a certain age, maybe 18. Thoughts? Okay, they're saying that I don't think you should be able to buy a drink like containing a lot of caffeine to anybody under 18.
I like what the UK does. They have theirs set at 16.
Yeah, I'm not. You got a good argument there, honestly. Like, I don't think that's a bad take to have, actually. Honestly, more so. Like it's like ridiculous that we think it's okay for kids to have smartphones like at an early age. Like, there's no way that's good for them.
No.
You know,
That's just
kids
my
these days are
thoughts,
so
though.
addicted to the phones.
It's bad. It's
Yesterday, I
bad.
was like, they're so addicted to. Like yesterday, I saw like a dad getting his daughter like a fucking latest iPhone, like 14-year-old girl.
I refuse, but apparently my oldest's mom decided different. Found out that my 8-year-old has a phone when she's out of her mom, and I am like mad. No?
Oh my goodness. No. Ow. I don't like Diablo. I don't like him. He's a bad man. Ow.
Most people don't like him.
How long is it gonna take for me to hurt him? I would like to use my I would really like to use the spell, but if I get close to him, I'm pretty much dead. Oh boy. Let's leave. Leaving. No! What?
Dead.
How? I was full health!
Yeah, he's Diablo, man.
Oh my god, bro.
Are you playing Diablo 2?
Yeah. I gotta collect my body and get the heck out of there. Alright. I was doing so well, too. Let's get in there and just collect my body. Fristes says in relation to energy drinks and sodas. Yeah, I mean, I'm not against like a kid having like a soda once in a while, but yeah, I mean, I would certainly want to limit sodas. But yeah, energy drinks. First of all, a kid has tons of energy. Like, why are you having an energy drink? Like, you're just like asking to like just be raising like a little hellion. Like, there's no way that's good for kids.
I used to drink so much shit when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So many energy and fucking sodas.
I loved sodas as a kid,
Really
and
not good.
I had horrible behavior, and they were like, "Get the soda away from him," and my behavior got better. Which, yeah, fair enough. You're giving a kid like this like crazy upper, and you're just like, I wonder why can't little Billy pay attention? It's like, come on. We're gonna put two and two together there, right?
Have you noticed like how almost every food like in the supermarket has like sugar added to it? Like
Oh, yeah,
even,
no,
like,
it's awful.
The shit that doesn't
Yeah.
need sugar.
Especially in the greatest nation on earth.
Oh, you guys also have this corn syrup thing? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why do you need
Well, it's
that?
just
Oh yeah,
cheap.
I can tell you
cheap
about
sugar.
that.
Because of
cheap
course,
sugar.
It was more than just cheap sugar.
It's
corn
about
subsidies.
that.
That's why that was.
Yeah, corn subsidies made it the cheapest sugar on the market.
Hang on, wait. But there's a reason for that. It wasn't always that way in the past.
Yeah, because we subsidized corn.
Yes, but what's his name, damn it? Because there was a politician, I want to say it was in the 70s, who was like really obsessed with corn. I want to say he was like in Nixon's administration.
He was really obsessed with corn.
Yeah.
He was like, I love corn.
He was one of the people that pushed for subsidizing, and he wanted the corn to become like a staple, like a common cash crop and staple crop. It has become that nowadays, but
oh, corn's great.
Fuck it, what's his name? Damn, it's really annoying me.
We should just stop subsidizing, in my opinion.
But he's
At
the
least
reason
not to
why.
the degree that we're doing it.
He's the reason why.
No, I
it's,
agree. I think
widespread.
some of that money could be better used on other subsidies in the food industry.
Yeah, we don't need more corn, that's for sure.
Corn's great, but
you know
we
what
also
we should
need to
do?
get rid of like what are they like almonds or something? The shit that California plants a lot of that's like super
almonds
water
are so
intensive.
bad.
Yeah, I need to stop that shit.
The water they consume.
I'm gonna take the normal liberal take and saying let's do more soy. I'm a big fan of soy.
Oh, you soy boy! Oh my god!
I mean, legitimately, I'm a huge fan of soy, man. Have you ever had some like really good miso? It is great. Okay.
I mean, so to be fair, right? Like, obviously, like the whole soy and testosterone thing is just like a myth. Like, obviously, it's a myth. However, right?
However.
Oh, yeah,
Actually,
you
I
unplugged your
prefer soy
microphone.
milk. I prefer soy milk over real milk.
I prefer real milk.
I was saying, however, the memes are really funny, guys. They're really, really funny.
Yeah, they are.
I always get directed to the guy opening like Soylent with like a robot.
No, listen, I'm a huge advocate for it. Tofu.
Let me see
Tofu
if I can
is
find
great,
it.
okay?
Oh yeah, I have tofu.
Who doesn't love some good soy sauce? Right? That's made from
Oh
soy.
yes.
Miso, if you're not eating like miso soup and stuff, you're missing out on one of the best soups ever.
It's okay. All right.
It's great.
Maybe you're just eating bad miso, okay? The miso I get's fantastic.
You get this with the miso paste, and you put the miso paste in the soup.
Yes, I get miso paste, I get handashi sauce, I get super firm
Here.
tofu and I dry it out. I get dried out seaweed and put it in mine.
I wanna share this. Hold on. Where's my Chrome? Hold on. I just gotta make sure I'm. All right, here we go. All right.
Oh yeah. Soy. See what soy does to you guys.
In all reality, it doesn't do this. It doesn't actually like the estrogen that exists in soy doesn't actually synthesize on humans. It just doesn't. It's just a completely different. It's just a completely different compound. Like it's just not the same thing.
Why does this man not have a wrist?
But yeah, it is a very. This is like such a funny picture. I don't know. So much so where I'm just like, I need more soy.
Yeah, like I said, soy milk's great. You can get soy milk and tofu in one go. Like, fantastic.
I am slowly but surely taking down. I am taking down Diablo. Slowly but surely.
I'd also like to see more fruits subsidized, like more local fruits. So here in Ohio, we have like blackberries and raspberries that grow locally. Blackberry bushes are freaking everywhere, dude.
You live in Ohio?
Sadly, yeah.
Could be worse. Could live in Arizona.
Could be
Could
worse.
be worse. You could live in Florida.
I mean, luckily we have a pretty
I've
good
never
hospital
been.
here for my condition, so pretty happy about that.
Oh.
I go to
Other
the
people like you?
no, not. I mean, yeah, there's about 25,000 of us throughout the entire country, but
damn.
Insurance companies hate this one trick. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Dude,
Sorry.
my insurance
how does it
company
work?
hates me. Okay,
How
They
does
are
it work with your insurance? Do you like have to pay a lot of money, or do they cover everything?
It depends.
Okay,
on the
so
plan.
when I first went to the hospital, because like I said, I've had my cancer for a while, but then I started getting these other symptoms from my spleen I didn't know about. So I finally go to the hospital, and the hospital is like, hey, so you're in like really bad shape, so we're going to keep you for 4 days. My bill from all the tests and the little like 4-night stay in the hospital came out to $61,000.
Oh my god!
With or without insurance?
That would be without insurance. With insurance, I think right now I only owe about 8. Because I
That's
maxed
still
out
a lot.
8,000. I
That is
maxed
still
out
a
everything.
Yeah,
And 8's
It depends on your
maximum.
plan. It depends on your plan, I will say, but yeah.
Yeah, 8 is our maximum out-of-pocket expense, so that's what I'm expecting to pay.
Dude, fuck that shit. I would never pay that shit.
Man,
No, that's not even crazy.
$1,000.
The medication that they want to start me on Tuesday, combined, the 2 different medications combined, without insurance, would cost about $33,000 a month.
These prices are not real. Nuh-uh. They made up.
That's the reality of American healthcare.
What? Why don't you guys just... You guys aren't you like paying it like GDP? Like, what are you paying for? Just Obamacare? You all have it?
Well, it depends, right? So, like, if you're somebody who doesn't have insurance, it's very likely that you have, like... I mean, if you're homeless, like, you have nothing. But, like, if you have a job that you have benefits from, they can pay for whatever, or a lot of it. And
If you don't pay for it, like, what are they gonna do? Take away your house?
You can
Take
get your
away
own
your car?
insurance. Well, hang on, I'm getting there. You can have your own insurance, which is like you can pick from one of the many different companies with their many different plans and stuff. And then yeah, so like if you're unable to pay for something, they can garnish your wages.
Oh, come on.
Diablo sucks.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if
crazy.
I don't know if they
Yeah.
take your house unless you like. I mean, would they take your house? I don't think that.
No, they won't take your house. So when you
Yeah.
file for bankruptcy, even in medical sense, they let you keep a house, a car, and I think you can keep like one other thing. But anything else under your name, you have to sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not just gonna roll up and be like, hey, so we see you filed bankruptcy. I'm sorry, but you've got to become homeless now, guy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's still.
So if you're
I mean,
homeless, you
I'll
get
say,
Obamacare.
I think a lot of people undersell this about the American health system, but like, if you have insurance, like, you'll be fine. It's
Yeah, if you're homeless, you get Obamacare, which
It
is
is
a relatively
pretty-
decent thing.
Yeah, and it's pretty. You're pretty like the healthcare itself is pretty high quality. I mean, you do
No,
get
no,
what
no,
you
no.
pay for, but
Like, don't get
How
me
the
wrong.
fuck do these hillbilly fucking Americans in Texas are just like, yeah, I love becoming poor for not being able to pay for healthcare. I love that. That's
I mean, when
not
I was
fun.
in the ER like a year and a half, or just under a year ago actually, they had like when I was brought into the ER, there was like a dedicated team of like I want to say like 12 or 13 people just for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but you guys pay your doctors like a lot of money too, so I guess.
Yeah, that
that's, you know,
too.
fun.
That's
Sometimes depends on the type of doctor.
well, okay.
All of them
Okay, what do you mean by that? Wait a minute.
So most like ER doctors, while the person may be getting paid a lot, it's because they're on staff at 2 or 3 different hospitals. They might only be getting 60, 70,000 from one hospital, but they'll be working at 2 or 3 hospitals.
Oh, okay.
What about a family doctor?
A family doctor, you're maybe 120K a year.
I guess it depends on the
Good
institution
or
you go
bad?
to.
That's about average, and that's
Where?
higher than average. So you would be like not
Where?
upper
In
middle
your state?
class, but you're above average for pay. Average pay in America is 75,000.
Okay, yeah. The median, okay.
It depends on what like healthcare provider / hospital. you're going
Yay,
to.
I killed them.
You have some of these
Jesus.
neurosurgeons out here that are making 1 to 2 million a year on payroll.
Bruh,
So-
no way.
Diablo's dead. I doed it.
Yeah, but if you think about it, they also have like 300K
Why?
student loans, so they pay
Yeah,
all
which they
that.
paid back in maybe 2 years.
7%.
What?
That is amazing. I
No,
want
but they
that.
have to do residency first, and you know they have
Yep.
to do a lot of stuff before they get
I
paid.
mean,
off.
you definitely you struggle to get there, but if you are good at what you do and you highly specialize as a doctor, you can make a lot of money.
What is
Am
level
I
2?
But your
Sure.
average run-of-the-mill doctor, they're living a comfortable life. They're not out here like balling, you know?
Like here, let me look how much surgeons make in my country.
Surgeons are always going to get paid better than normal doctors.
Well, that's because they are doctors with an additional title.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where I'm from, the average for a neurosurgeon is 94,000 euros.
Yeah.
94,000. That's considered good, but not that good.
You know, that's a fact about America too. It's like very easy just to like if you're born over there, right? And then you just come here with all that education,
So,
you essentially just you increase your wage massively.
Not actually.
Here in
our
Ohio-
education is not fuck, what are you saying? Not equivalent to what you guys do. So we would have to go back to your school and do courses.
Here in Ohio, the average pay for a neurosurgeon is between $500,000 and $700,000 a year.
Bruh.
Now imagine you're a neurosurgeon in New York or California, and then
Yeah,
adjust
1
that.
million. 1
And
million.
actually,
Easy.
that could be even. Let me look at my because one of the world's best hospitals is in my city. Let me look at there.
Oh yeah, you got the Mayo Clinic, right?
Yep.
Oh, I know the Mayo Clinic. I know
We have
them.
an outpost of the Mayo Clinic up in Cleveland.
420,000 to 749,000 a year.
Yeah. We also have an outpatient of MD Anderson, which is one of the best cancer hospitals in America, which is located in Texas. And then I go to what's called Ohio State University's campus. So my doctors are in a research facility. Half of the hospital is a dedicated research lab. So.
And that's where you get surgery next year.
It's wild. Never have I thought I'd be walking into a hospital and the first thing you get introduced to is a guy sitting at a piano playing opera music while another guy sits there and just sings in the middle of the hospital.
Oh, do we got another cinematic? We do. We got another cinematic. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Epilogue. Let me turn it up. Oh.
I heard later that he was defeated.
That guy sucked. All me and my homies hate Diablo.
Destroyed in Hellforge. All except one.
Oh, I failed, Tyrael. I couldn't do as you asked. I couldn't enter that gate. Forgive me, Tyrael. Forgive me.
Marius, give me the stone, and all is forgiven. Give it to me, Marius.
Take it. Take it, take it. I'm glad this is finally over, Tyrael. Look what the stone has done to me.
You haven't failed, old man. You've done exactly as you were meant to do. However, I am not the Archangel Tyrael.
There. No. No, 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 no.
You have done well, Marius. Now I think you shall have your reward.
What have I done to deserve
Ooh. Diablo cinematics do hit different. I completely agree with you. I'm here for it. Oh, this is cool. Is this the expansion? Is this an expansion? Cool. Oh, this looks really cool. Ooh. Cool.
Fail! The gates of Sescheron have stood for eons beyond remembrance, and you shall not breach them now. Remove your foul demons from our lands. We stand on the side of light. You shall not be allowed to reach Mount Ariat, and that which you seek will not be yours.
I shall take your position into consideration.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it seems your terms are not acceptable.
Oh, this is sick. Act 5. This is cool. Good game. Good game. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. All right, now I'm going to unmute.
I'm not saying I don't believe him. I'm saying that he is either the most interesting person I know, or some of the stuff he's embellishing a bit.
Yeah.
I believe he was in the military. I have no problem with that. All that makes sense. But when he was talking about buying up that like land for however much and selling it for millions, I don't know if I believe that.
In Indonesia?
No, he said he had bought at a government auction a big piece of some forest and then held on to it. And then when Trump won the election, and I think he said, what, in 2016? He sold all of it, made a few million, and then moved to Indonesia.
I mean, I guess it would depend on how much and when and how long he had the land, because it could accrue that much wealth, but that would have to be like.
I'm not saying it's not possible.
That would have to be a lot of land, though.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just this guy is like such an extravagant guy on everything he's saying. It was like, holy shit, dude.
Okay, sorry, I completely misunderstood the system. So, there is this chart, which I will post inside chat. God damn it, computer.
El computadora.
Yeah.
Is hunting after Bale, was this originally like an expansion, or?
So there's the chart there. The percentage you see, that's like that's determined by a doctor. That's like how much like how much of, how do I say this?
Like that's how much you're disabled.
Like if you were, like if your right arm or something was blown off by an IED, like you're probably gonna get like 80 or 90%. But if you were like had the burn pits, like you were exposed to burn pits, it's probably gonna be something like 40 if you're lucky.
What if you have PTSD or depression?
Depending on how bad it is.
Probably wouldn't even get it unless it was like severely altering your life. But this is like for physical disabilities, not mental.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's included.
So no, that's why I said like that guy, I believe him. And like these aren't bad. Like that's better disability than what I would get. Like don't get me wrong. The problem isn't that they don't pay out enough. The problem is that the VA, these guys have to fight like hell to get the government to pay it out.
Yeah, I mean my dad. Yeah, like my dad, for example, he was doesn't really know what happened, but basically he just woke up one day and he had like severe back pain. Now, this was when he was at fucking Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. So it's not like he was, doing whatever he wanted with life, right? Like he didn't go out and injure himself. He has been fighting with them forever to get benefits for it. And he still
What was the cause of the back pain?
He doesn't know. That's
No,
the thing.
what is the diagnosis? Like, is it a split disc?
He has yeah, it's like disc. I forget what it's called, but it's like where your disc presses against your nerves. Or something like that.
Most of the time, funny enough, that is caused by people not climbing down off equipment correctly.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. But
so if you're like jumping off
also the fact that we are
not
for a majority of like the evolution of humans who just weren't bipedal. Like mammals typically weren't bipedal, and so while we are bipedal, the spine didn't necessarily grow to be able to resist that sort of pressure. So it's just like a mistake in evolution.
It's like how if you ever want the most accurate measurement of your height, do it in the morning when you wake up, because you'll be about an inch and a half shorter by the end of the night.
I feel like that's just because of bad posture. I don't know if I'd say this because your spine, like.
Well,
no,
the
disc in your spine compressed. Yeah.
But like it's also like what exactly we mean by most accurate, right? Maybe the most accurate measurement is actually an average between when you wake up.
True. Yeah. Take it smack dab at noon. Like you've been up for a few hours. They've compressed.
But it's just going to be variable over time. Probably, but like there's just a lot of things that are kind of the consequence how we evolve. Our sinuses are the same way. All mammals that are like a horizontal, their sinuses don't exist in the way that ours do. When we go vertical, like now we just have these giant pits that bacteria can sit in, and you can get like sinus infections.
So it is fair to say that I have been streaming for 4 hours, and I think I'm gonna take a break.
Okay.
Getting sleepy.
Well, I got to go out and touch grass, Got to go out and touch that grass. I mean,
wouldn't
it's
know
good
either.
to get up and go.
But you're surrounded by concrete.
Where's your source for that, Amender?
Show me where it's ontologically
It's
correct.
nice outside.
I also
That's
met
my
a call,
source. My source is it's nice outside
do you
right now,
know
and I
it's
want to
nice
enjoy the
outside?
outside.
You know, I just looked outside
There's
and
pollen
it's
out
rainy,
there.
so it's not.
There
nice
is,
outside.
there is, man, man. Can I just tell you? Can I just tell you, Flonase is amazing, guys. Flonase.
My ENT's got me on this like sinus wash stuff that's helping me.
Flonase
a
is
neti
I
pot.
have not
Only white people
It
have
is
these
kind of like a neti pot.
problems, I realize.
Dude, neti pots, even though I refuse to use them because I hate the feeling,
All right, one more
they
time.
work and they're amazing.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah,
I'm gonna stop streaming.
I don't see any other